Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Diego, can you hear me?
Yeah.
One of the fire.
Right, you're right.
And I don't remember exactly how I did it.
Diego, can you hear me?
Getting tours, charging, and the money go to the county. I didn't do it over, I did it like 3 or 4 times, and he got a chuckle out of it.
Yeah, I bet he did.
And I didn't drag it out.
Diego?
The thing I always appreciated about Charles is he was really good at what he did. He was a really good attorney. He also had a good sense of humor.
Yeah,
Easy to work with.
Yeah.
And pretty self-deprecating.
yeah, that's how I got away with what I did.
Diego?
But, you know, I mean, I couldn't do that with every attorney. I couldn't do that with every, you know, I mean,
Tell me about it. That's one of the things I really appreciate about Sonia too, is that she's really hardworking. She's all about family. She's smart.
good.
She's a great person to work with.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not just saying it because she's my boss. She really is. She's the kind of person you want to work for, right?
Yeah, wouldn't you like that job?
Me personally?
No, no,
Not
about it.
No, I bet I
me call
love
him.
being the number two. That's a good fit for me. It's not my, I don't strive to. I love being
Interesting, yeah.
I do. I really.
Go ahead, Valerie.
Hi, can you?
I don't.
Diego, can you hear me?
And I'm hoping when things change, if they're going to, that we can virtually.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, but that's why I moved you to an attendee. So you're not on the panelist side, but every time you go into the panelist side, you're signing into the globe. So
Really?
Yeah.
No.
So I think you should sign all the way out and then just go in with the meeting ID number and don't click on the globe.
I didn't click on the globe. I just clicked on the number link that you sent. On that little window that says the Spanish room, it says English Spanish. I'm on the English one, correct?
Yeah, but that's why we can't hear you. I just promoted you to a panelist. See if it'll, okay, it says you're rejoining. And let's see where you're at. Yeah, can you hear me?
All right. Good.
Diego?
Yeah.
Diego? Diego?
Yeah, I hear you, Valerie.
Okay, I changed you back to an attendee, so stay in that right now, and then when she calls for the announcement of the interpreter, I'll ask you to unmute, so that way you can speak. So don't sign in as a panelist, just stay where you're at right now, okay?
Okay, good enough.
And then when she asks for the interpreter, I'll ask you to unmute. So that should work for now. We'll have to figure it out during the lunch hour to put you in correctly.
I'm unmuted now, so can
Yeah,
you
that's-
just leave me here?
Yeah, I can just leave you, yeah, just stay on. That's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Everybody, it is yes, this is the wrong. The header is wrong. All right, it is August 25th, 2026, and we are going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, letting the agenda record show that all supervisors are present. Supervisor Alejo stepped out briefly. He'll be returning any minute. Can we invite our announcement of our Spanish interpretation services? We have Diego Salas with us remotely today.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. We appreciate your services. Next, if I could invite everyone to please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Next up, we have additions and corrections from the clerk.
Yes, for item number 9, under the PM scheduled matters, that item will be removed from the agenda today at the request of the department and brought back at a later time. And under item number 10, PM scheduled matters, a revised board report and resolution were received.
Okay, so that's item number 9 is being pulled. This is the county purchasing, this is the Flock Group, Inc. Agreement, and just to be clear, the sheriff is pulling this item today? Okay, and through the CEO, is there a date certain that this is returning? Are we aware yet?
The hope was to bring it on September 1st, but I believe the request that might be made is that it return on the 22nd. So if we're hoping for a date certain, perhaps the board will consider the 22nd to make sure we have a full board present.
Okay, so this is the Flock Group agreement brought forward by the sheriff, has been pulled by the sheriff on today's agenda, and we anticipate it returning to the board on September 22nd. Okay, I know there are folks that are planning to attend the meeting this afternoon to speak on that item. So I think what we'll do is allow general public comment this morning, and we'll then reopen general public comment this afternoon for anyone who is here to speak on that particular item, since it now has been pulled by the sheriff. Okay. And then, sorry, the other item was item number 10 with the revised board report and staff report. Okay. And then on the supplemental, we had item number 8 pulled as well. Okay. Moving along then, we'll move on to ceremonial resolutions. We have item number 2 and 3 on today's agenda. Is there any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions? Seeing one hand raised from Zoom user. This is public comment. Nope, hand is down. All right, we'll bring it to the board for discussion or action.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Daniels for our ceremonial resolutions. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously, and neither one is being presented this morning. Next up, we have our appointments. This is item number 4. We have one appointment on today's agenda. Is there any public comment on our appointments this morning? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for discussion or action. We have a motion from Alejo. Second from Lopez. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Moving right along to our consent calendar, we have items number 17 through 33 on the consent calendar this morning. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar today? Seeing no one in chambers, seeing no one on, is this public comment on the consent? Are you standing up for public comment? What item number were you going to comment on? Was there a specific item on the? Okay, we'll get to that. Hang tight. Okay. And we do have a motion from Alejo for consent. Okay. Okay, we'll just finish the motion. And was there a second?
I just want to make a brief comment on an item.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We're going to keep public comment open. Thank you.
I'm Eloise Shem.
And hold on, Eloise, I don't think the microphone, we're getting your audio. It's on? Let's try that again. I just want to make sure we have your audio.
So I'm Eloise Shem, and I wanted to comment on 32-3 about Laguna Seca Recreational Fund, where they want to increase the appropriations to $300,000. And I just really think it's excessive because the Laguna Seca gets public and private funds. And, they put on a lot of events where they make a lot of money, and I don't see why they have to have $300,000 more of the taxpayer money. So that's short and sweet.
Thank you. I'm seeing no additional public comment on the consent calendar. We have a motion and a second with a discussion.
Just a brief comment on item 22. I just want to ask that there's not a non-standard format, and just want to ask all departments to try to follow the standard format for accessibility to the public.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion on consent? All right, all in favor of consent?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We will move on to general public comment. So this would be a time for items that are not on the agenda or items that have been pulled from the agenda. Welcome your comment on those items now. We have 2 minutes for public comment, general public comment. And we do just ask for general respect of those who are speaking, but these chambers belong to all of us. So thank you for joining us. Now would be the time for public comment.
Hi, my name is Kathy Bell. I live at 20312 Franciscan Way in the Toro Sunshine subdivision. And I think you all received a memo that came from a resident in our area about a home that is being remodeled. Is that part of your packet? It should have been.
We don't engage in dialogue for public comments, so I'll just let you make your comments and then we can have someone
okay.
follow up with you.
Well, I had some information for all of you in regards to this, and I took some pictures and also. Now, apparently, the planning department has approved the roofing, and that's all that we are concerned about. And it was approved stating that, according to the planner, the proposed project meets site development standards, including setbacks. All exterior changes, including colors and materials, match the neighborhood character. Well, this particular plan was approved for a blue metal roof. If you know anything about the Toro area, there are no metal roofs in our area. All of the roofs are either tile or shingle. They're neutral in color to blend in with the environment, and apparently zoning requirements have required that we do this. I don't know how it could have been approved like this. I don't think all of the CC&Rs and all of the county Highway 68 ordinances, or whatever you might call them, were taken into account. This is an eyesore. It can be seen from 2 blocks away. Everybody who sees it is just appalled. Obviously, I understand the planning process. Unfortunately, when I look in the planning department, I do not see the names. I know I have a few seconds left.
So we're actually over time.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. But could we ask the clerk to make sure we have the information so we can follow up? Thank you.
I would like that.
Hi, I showed up today to try and be here for the flock commentary, which was pulled from the agenda, so I'll keep it short and brief. I was here to speak up as someone who is retired from state service, law enforcement, so this is a matter that I can speak with some level of expertise in. I was certified by the California Department of Justice as a train-the-trainer for the California Law Enforcement Electronic Telecommunication System, otherwise known as CLETS, which is what law enforcement utilizes in order to look up criminal history information and, uses as an investigative tool. Flock is a privately owned company beholden to no one but shareholders. They are not governed by the same set of laws that law enforcement are governed by when accessing those systems. We already have documented cases across the country where people are misutilizing that information, not only just law enforcement, but, Flock employees themselves. They are not beholden to government ways of doing things where we have strict measures of accountability. It is an absolute civil liability for this county to expand on that contract, especially when we have bigger fish to fry at home. Between the timber fire and this upcoming El Nino season where we're expecting some pretty massive flooding, those funds have better uses elsewhere in order to ensure and preserve the safety and protection of our community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Paparello. I'm a longtime Salinas resident. I currently live in Gonzales in South County. The idea that a private corporation is going to be monitoring its civilians in a way that even the United States government is not allowed to do terrifies me. The idea that our tax dollars are being used to track every single one of you and us individually and putting you into a database that only authorized users are allowed to access terrifies me. And the idea of any one of our government officials being okay with this level of surveillance, with this level of freedom for a corporation to communicate with law enforcement and tell law enforcement what you have done wrong and be mistaken and suffer no consequences for that, terrifies me. As a student of history, as a student of business, corporations and their owners do not care about you. They do not care about your constituents. The only thing they care about is the bottom dollar. If they can make money by selling this information and never tell the local governments, they will. And that terrifies me. If you're scared of your constituents and your community, that you feel that you need to have constant surveillance by a third party, then I think perhaps you're probably in the wrong job. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC Council 2055. What has happened to Dr. Deborah Wilson should concern every county employee, every taxpayer, and every member of this board. Dr. Wilson has been on paid administrative leave for nearly 15 months after almost 30 years of public service and an impeccable professional reputation. For 15 months, taxpayers have paid a highly experienced county executive to stay home while the county investigated, reinvestigated, accused, and pursued her dismissal. At some point, you have to ask whether the process itself has become the punishment. You cannot erase 30 years of public service because it becomes inconvenient. And you cannot apply one standard to Dr. Wilson and another to people connected to those in power. There have been publicly reported allegations involving the CAO's husband and sexual harassment investigations connected to the sheriff's office. I am not here to determine guilt. I am asking, were the same standards applied? Was he placed on administrative leave? According to other public service workers I have heard from, he was promoted. If accurate, explain that double standard. Board members, personnel matters cannot become a shield for accountability. Please find out what these 15 months have cost taxpayers and whether county policies were applied equally. Because today it is Dr. Wilson. Tomorrow it could be any county employee. No county official should be allowed to play God with someone's career, livelihood, reputation, and decades of public service. Protect your county workers, hold management accountable, and stop the games. And while we are talking about public trust, LULAC Council 2055 opposes the proposed flock surveillance camera contract. Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment in chambers, we're going to go online. We have a couple hands raised. We'll start with the phone number ending in 902.
Good morning. I'm very alarmed at the culture and atmosphere of the sheriff's office and the county offices. The latest lawsuit details severe sexual harassment and intimidation by Rodrigo de la Rosa, the husband of the county CAO, and protection by county employees, and that's chilling. This isn't the first time. Multiple lawsuits have been filed just in the last few years against the county and the sheriff's office on sexual harassment and affairs with subordinates, and the shielding of these individuals from accountability while punishing those who report. This appears to be a long-standing practice. How many other women haven't come forward due to fear of retribution or shame? And if this is how staff members are treated, how are female suspects and inmates treated? How do they treat women drivers they pull over on county roads, especially women of color? Are women pulled over for no reason other than being women? How do they treat juvenile girls in their custody or who they encounter in their workday? Is sexual harassment and assault taking place? Is it routine? Is it the norm? And are boys and men also experiencing sexual harassment or even assault in the criminal justice system? Is juvenile hall safe? And how is this situation and the knowledge of it affecting all the departments in the county? Is this a problem system-wide? This is in addition to other lawsuits against the county, including unlawful conduct, the long-standing problem of inmates dying in the county jail, and Deborah Wilson's dismissal. The county's financial situation is diverted to cover these unnecessary lawsuits. Don't complain to the public about your budget when you won't address basic problems with county governance that are draining county resources. This is a long-standing problem that you are responsible for dealing with. If you won't deal with it, the county needs new supervisors. Thank you.
Right, next we have Zoom user.
Hello there, everyone. I wanted to make the following comment. On the day that these, I believe it was in the Soledad prison where I think it got reported at the end somehow fentanyl related. On that very day, early in the morning, I went to my garage. I live, close to the sheriff's department. And I saw this gaseous material leaching from the ground. Now, it didn't smell like gas, like regular gas, so I knew it wasn't like, regular gas from PG&E. But I didn't make a 911 call just to get, I just want to make sure that it wasn't just like me. I went to my neighbor. They saw the same thing in their house. And so I called the sheriff's department because I had a reason to believe that I had to do something Moss Landing related. Because of, I could get into that later on, because Moss Landing does connect via Car Lake underground, that's why. And so what happened next was that, they came, the fire department came, and instead of them looking for the type of gas that I mentioned, they went to the house with a gas monitoring machine and they said, oh, there's no gas. And I'm like, no, it's not. I specifically said it wasn't a gas in, like the regular gas, it was in my garage. And they didn't look. They just decided not to look in my garage, where I reported this incident. Now, a few hours later, the Salinas prison, all that happened that everybody knows. And so it's of high concern that the health department and the fire department are not doing what they're being asked to do. Now, I'm going to wrap this up real quick. I, as a hobby, I make glow-in-the-dark shirts for a very long time. And I went out with one of these the other day and all of a sudden started to burn. Now, for you guys to understand, only 200 degrees would make this type of...
Thank you. We are out of time. For additional comments, you can send an email to cob@countyofmonterey.gov. All right, we'll go next to Wes White.
Okay, great. Hi, Wes Weiss, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union Co-President. Calling today because there's supposed to be a encampment resolution fund along Pajaro River, which is going to impact about 100 people. I would suggest and hope that instead of the money that you would spend robbing people that are leaseless, that you would do more like the Sendero program in Soledad, where you have a transitional tiny home to placement, permanent supportive housing, and dissolve that location like that. I believe Soledad's down to like 16 people or less. And I understand 100's a large number, but four of us went to jail over, we put our bodies on the line for defending Pajaro River, like in 21. And also, if you remember Shasha Sage out at the Marina Coastal parking lot, which also got knocked out. We need to do things different. We need to spend money in a more humane way, and our effort and our attitude toward people, whether they have money or not, needs to not be the overarching, how do we make money off of these people? Because the Republic's making money, or whoever the landfill company will be, Smith Enright, or whoever your contractor will be, Public Works, Sheriff's Department, and none of that is going to the people that actually need help. In fact, we're actually injuring and victimizing perpetually the same people. So stop the sweeps and do the Sendero program up in Pajaro River.
Thank you. I'm seeing no additional hands raised online. We'll go to one additional in-person comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Karen Cameron, Concerned Salinas resident. I rise to invite you to a Safe Ag, Safe Schools meeting that's taking place this Thursday, 5:30, at the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers office in Watsonville. They will be reviewing a STEAM project that is being studied to see how STEAM could possibly reduce or replace fumigation. So it is one of many things that we're looking at. Time is of the essence for this transition to organic. When I looked at Monterey Bay Matters, they have an article there that gives extensive information about a Monterey County Board meeting where they gained all the information. You gained all the information from the experts that I can't reiterate, but I'd advise the public to read that. I want to give you one example because the information is so overwhelming. I was in discussion with the Ag Commissioner this week, and he mentioned to me, I'm shocked that you're surprised about this because you've been studying this for a while. Well, I've looked at the big numbers, but when you break it down to the daily, it hits home further. So I shared with Salinas City Council 1 week at one school, University Park Elementary off Davis Road. August 12th, 6 p.m., 7 p.m. August 13th, 6 p.m. August 14th, 6 p.m., 15th, 12 a.m., 17th, 6 p.m., 8 different applications, 18th, 1 a.m. These are all methomyl applications. Now it switches up. On the 18th, we had another methomyl, and the 19th was a double dose of chlorpyrifos 1,3-D. Now, I think you're already familiar with that because the experts have already revealed the details. I'm appalled that 1,3-D shows up as a Prop 65 carcinogen as cancer-causing, and yet the ag industry is allowed to use that. Same thing with formaldehyde that I'm allergic to. They're allowed to use formaldehyde, but I see notices when I go up. Thank you very much for this time. Hope to see you there.
Thank you. And we'll go back online to Rachel.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, this is for general public comment.
Amazing. Hi, my name is Rachel Kohout. I am a citizen of Monterey for the last 10 years, and I wanted to speak on the flock camera initiative that Monterey County is thinking of putting in. And I'd like to say that I am strongly against it, and I know a lot of my neighbors are as well. There's a lot of concerns that I have personally with having those flock cameras in our community. Mostly checks and balances. Who's going to be overseeing the requests on these? Flock cameras have a 71% misread on license plates and vehicles, which then instantly puts the public at more risk and our police officers at risk. Flock specifically has said that they keep all requests in a database, but it is $500,000 to go and access those requests if need be. So when there's a 71% misread and we go to try and figure that out, it would in turn cost the taxpayers and the county much more than what is priced to install them. Also, who is checking to make sure that there is accountability on the police officer's side to make sure that I'm not saying our police officers are inherently bad, but we're relying on technology and we can't blame technology. We would have to blame somebody, and that puts our police officers at risk. So in turn, I also would love for Board of Supervisors to have a meeting where the public can actually speak and it's not in the middle of a work week. I feel like that is unfair. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Fiona.
Hi there. My name is Fiona Soares. I'm also a Monterey County resident, and I was born in Monterey, raised in Monterey. I also want to address the flock cameras. They're being used as warrantless mass surveillance dragnets. In states like Texas, Massachusetts, Illinois, and Georgia, they all have police officers currently under indictment for tracking estranged partners, romantic interests that do not reciprocate, as well as children. And not only is this a privacy concern, but it's also a security concern for our community. And I also would like to see a hearing in Monterey County when it's not in the middle of a workday, so more people can attend to discuss this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. We'll go next to iPhone 17.
Thank you. I'm a North County resident, and I just wanted to comment a little on a couple things. Flock cameras continuous tracking mimics GPS monitoring or cell site data collection, which the latter, the Supreme Court has ruled requires a warrant. If any law enforcement officer improperly uses flock camera data, can be charged with a computer crime and is felony and punishable by prison or taken away out of their position. I did hear that flock cameras have a default 30-day data retention, but also heard Chief Borges speak a few weeks ago, and he said that Seaside has 2 weeks of data retention and is even considering lowering it to 7. I still, don't think that flock cameras should be around us. People can take legal action if their data is misused. This sheriff continues to go over budget every year, ask for money every month for one thing or another, but yet the deputy patrol coverage in North County is abysmal. And I just want to say that, like I've said before, 3 minutes public comment. We should have it back. Don't silence us. It's our chamber, as you say. Every chair has a, different time limit they want to put 3 minutes back. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go next to Emily Batista.
Thank you so much. My name is Emily Bautista. I've lived in Monterey about 8-9 years intermittently. I would like to also speak on behalf of the flock cameras. I know that it's pretty frustrating for the people because this meeting was sent out. I know a lot of people who would have attended it at 1:30, and it seems like there was some misinformation about that. So a lot of us kind of scrambled to be here today. But it is mass surveillance on people, and without warrant, we've seen a lot of abuse in other counties where people have been pursued by the police for stolen cars, stolen vehicles, which is untrue. And it just seems that it's not something that would actually help Monterey County. And I wish that we would have a time where the people would be able to discuss it freely and have a choice in the matter instead of having them just put up and kind of having this mass surveillance just put upon us. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Colleen Ingram.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to save my public comment on Flock for the 22nd. I've already written in about my concerns, but right now I would like to make the request/demand that we have a transparency portal for the county. The Flock transparency portal is something that is offered. Many of the cities in Monterey County have it. Those who don't are the county, Marina, Salinas, and Greenfield. Greenfield didn't even answer a public records request months ago. So we need to have transparency. We need to see what's going on at the very least. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll go to Brian Fogg.
Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
We can. We've got your audio. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yes. Hi. My name is Brian, and I was a part of an organization in El Cerrito, California, that successfully rejected flock cameras. We were able to convince our city council in El Cerrito of the dangers of mass surveillance, and they voted to remove the cameras entirely. I'm here today to just kind of raise a few issues that we came up with in El Cerrito. I mean, by the end of our multi-month saga, the city council of El Cerrito had decided that Flock had acted in such an untrustworthy manner that they were threatening to fine the company because they had not taken the cameras down for over 2 months after the contract had been canceled. I mean, we had a very unhealthy relationship with this company, and the city manager publicly stated that she didn't trust them. There's been many other cases of this with other cities around the country. I think it's a fundamentally untrustworthy company, and that alone should give everyone pause before they enter into a 10-year contract. I mean, a 10-year contract with this company, they are sort of one of the biggest targets for this massive nationwide movement against mass surveillance, and the County of Monterey signing up for 10 years, it just seems extremely unwise. Maybe a 1-year contract at worst, could be arranged. And also this meeting on a Tuesday at 11 a.m., I thought it was at 1:30. Why is it, this whole place is empty? This is one of the most pressing issues that you'll probably discuss for your community, and nobody's here. It seems unbelievable to me that this cannot be hosted at a time when the public can actually show up. Anyway, thank you for listening. I hope this,
Thank you. We'll go next to Coleman.
Hi there, good afternoon. My name is Coleman Smith, and I live in Monterey in District 5. I oppose the automated license plate readers generally, and I would really specifically like the county to drop the Flock contract under discussion. I oppose it primarily due to misuses and data breaches. Misuses and data breaches are just byproducts of surveillance, like smog is a byproduct of a car. It happens. Much attention is rightfully given to the bad actors that misuse these systems, but I think it's critical that breaches do not require bad actors. For a local example, per the Monterey County Weekly on April 2nd of 2026, Flock breached California state law in 2025 by sharing Monterey County ALPR data with other states. This did not require a bad actor, just a system collecting data, but breaches are inherent to data collection. And while any specific cause of those may be patched, there will be a next one. No guarantees can be made on where my data will go and how my data will be used. So I feel less safe with ALPRs and do not want them funded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go next to Adriana Melgoza.
Morning, supervisors. My name is Adriana. I'm speaking on behalf of the Watsonville Law Center. I would like to thank those who came and supported our Salinas grand opening. I appreciate that. We're here today to urge the board to vote no on contracting with or expanding any flock safety. This board has taken strong, commendable steps to protect our community, voting to end jail data sharing with federal authorities, rejecting federal detention centers in our region, and upholding the California Values Act. You have clearly established that Monterey County will not use local resources to facilitate mass immigration enforcement or undermine public trust. Flock safety directly contradicts those votes. Flock operates a network privatized. We already know from other local reporting in neighbor jurisdictions that third-party networks create dangerous backdoors, allowing data to be leaked or acquired by out-of-state federal agents without local warrants. Paying for automatic surveillance exposes our families, creates mistrust, and it's the pipeline for that this board has pled to shut down. Further, mass tracking does not prevent crime. It only creates data on innocent residents going about their daily business and their daily lives. Spending taxpayer dollars on third-party software leased while our community faces urgent needs in housing, mental health, and youth services is fiscally irresponsible. Be consistent with your past votes to protect our residents. We already know that Flock is used by federal agents to track our families and to attack our families. Flock does not create safety. It only creates mistrust for our families to seek the services that they are needing and to go about their community and live in their community free. Please consider voting no on any surveillance. Thank you for your time and thank you for your work.
Thank you. I'm seeing no additional hands raised right now, so we're going to close public comment for our morning session. And just I'll reiterate, because the item number 9 has been pulled by the sheriff this afternoon, we will reopen public comment for anyone who was planning to attend at 1:30, so that we don't typically do that, but it is something that we're doing today to make sure that we hear from everyone who was planning to come and speak, and that item is tentatively planned to return to the board on September 22nd. Based on tentative to conversations that will happen with the sheriff. So thank you for your comments. We appreciate hearing from everyone. And we will move on to our morning item. Actually, we will move on to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Are there any additions or corrections to this agenda?
There are none.
All right, there's one item on the consent calendar. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Is that someone moving in the back of the room? Nope, okay. We have a motion for consent from Alejo, a second from Church. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved unanimously. Moving on to general public comment for the Water Resource Agency. Seeing none, we'll close general public comment, adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency, reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. We have one scheduled item on this morning's agenda to accept and approve the Emergency Medical Services Annual Report for 2025. And thank you for your patience on this. This one had been bumped from a few previous agendas that ran late, so we're happy to have you here this morning, and it looks like we should have sufficient time.
Okay, sorry about that. All right. Good morning, Chair, Supervisor Askew, and members of the board. My name is Deborah Hopgood, and I am the EMS Director and Bureau Chief of the Emergency Medical Services Agency. With me today is Kimberly Hernandez, one of our EMS analysts. We are here with a presentation following up on our 2025 annual report to the board. As the RFP for an ambulance services provider, agreement negotiation and implementation processes were the primary focus of the EMS agency's effort in 2025. We have focused this presentation on providing an update on implementation of the agreement.
Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm going to go over a few of the highlights of the 2025-2032 agreement for ambulance services. First, we have additional unit hours and basic life support units that have been added to the system. Clinical scorecard performance, which is based key performance indicators on general care, STEMI, stroke, and trauma, so not just measuring response times, but also measuring the care that's provided to the patients. Equity and cultural competence, 911 nurse navigation, dedicated bariatric unit and ergonomic fleet standards for EMS personnel, and equipment enhancements, which includes LifePak 35 Orchard cardiac monitors, Stryker Power Pro and Stair Pro emergency cots.
The agreement includes an increase in weekly unit hours from the previous agreement. This expansion is designed to improve system reliability, reduce response times, and better align resources with peak demand periods. One of the most impactful changes in the new agreement is the addition of dedicated basic life support, or BLS, units to the EMS system. By utilizing these BLS ambulances for low acuity interfacility transports, many of which go outside of the county and require a significant amount of time, we free up our advanced life support, or ALS, ambulances to remain available for 911 emergency responses. For the first time, the County of Monterey ambulance service provider will be held to clinical performance metrics, not just response times. Key performance indicators, or KPIs, include metrics for heart attack, stroke, trauma, and more. This shifts the focus from how fast care is delivered to how well it is delivered, and this aligns us with national best practices. It allows the EMS agency to track patient outcomes and drive continuous improvement.
(911) nurse navigation. So, dispatch enhancements, which were added to the agreement, are 911 nurse navigation. The system enables licensed nurses to triage low acuity 911 calls and redirect non-emergency callers to more appropriate care options, such as urgent care, telehealth, or self-care, when an ambulance isn't medically necessary. The goal is to preserve EMS resources to true emergencies while still ensuring that every caller receives safe, timely, and appropriate care. There is no cost to the patient for using nurse navigation services. Nurse navigators do their best to match patients with providers who accept their insurance, helping reduce out-of-pocket costs and avoid unnecessary ER visits. If transportation is a barrier, the program can arrange rideshare transportation at no cost to the patient. And this is a patient-centered, data-driven solution that improves system efficiency, reduces ambulance service overuse, and supports better outcomes for low acuity patients. Equity and cultural competence. This agreement mandates language access tools, cultural competence training, and disaggregated data reporting. The agreement includes cultural competence training for EMS personnel, which equips them with the awareness, knowledge, and skills to interact respectfully and effectively with individuals from diverse backgrounds. This helps to ensure that all patients, regardless of language, background, or location, receive equitable care. The agreement also includes a commitment to monitor and evaluate response times at the community level. This helps identify underserved areas and supports data-driven adjustments.
The agreement also requires AMR to transition its fleet to Type 3 ambulances, which are modular box-style units. Type 3 units offer more interior space, allowing EMS crews to move safely and efficiently around the patient during transport. These vehicles are designed with ergonomic layouts that reduce repetitive strain and awkward body mechanics, especially during patient loading, unloading, and treatment. The agreement also includes vehicle age and mileage limits to ensure the fleet remains modern, reliable, and safe. The agreement also requires AMR to have a dedicated bariatric ambulance equipped to safely transport patients weighing up to 1,600 pounds. This unit includes a hydraulic lift, reinforced stretcher, and integrated winch system to ensure safe and dignified care for larger patients. This is a rare resource, and many EMS systems lack a dedicated bariatric unit, and this can often lead to delays or unsafe improvisation on the part of the EMS crews. Another equipment enhancement is that AMR has deployed new cardiac monitors across all units. This is a significant upgrade in cardiac monitoring and data transmission. They have also transitioned to Stryker Power Pro and Stair Pro battery-powered cots, which reduce the physical strain on EMS personnel, leading to fewer lifting injuries. So, along with the new agreement, the EMS agency will use FirstWatch, which transforms and combines raw data from multiple systems and platforms into meaningful information to improve situational awareness and operational effectiveness. This allows the EMS agency to track response times, clinical performance, and numerous other metrics in real time. Additional requirements include transparent financial surveillance, where AMR must submit audited financial statements, cost allocation plans, and billing practices for review by the EMS agency, and this helps us ensure rate justification and protects the ratepayers as well. Additionally, the agreement includes enforceable liquidated damages, including tiered penalties for noncompliance with response times, clinical key performance indicators, and reporting deadlines. This creates real consequences for underperformance and ensures accountability.
I'm sorry about that. We're going to go over response time compliance since the agreement came into effect, which was February 1st. So quickly, a bit on priorities and the type of call that they are. You'll see on the chart that there's priority 1, which is considered a life-threatening emergency, which would be an example of cardiac arrest, choking, or hanging. Priority 2 is potentially life-threatening emergency. Examples would be chest pain, shortness of breath. And priority 3 is a non-life-threatening emergency, which is maybe nausea, vomiting, fever, chills, or an earache. You'll also see response areas. Response area 1 is considered urban, response area 2 is considered suburban, and response area 3 is considered rural. Response areas are based on population density and call volume. Here you will see that AMR has done an amazing job so far on compliance in the first 6 months of the new agreement, not just at 90%, which is the compliance standard, but above it across all reportable priorities. And this is response area 2, which again shows that they're above the 90% compliance metric in all reportable priorities for response area 2. Again, that's considered the suburban areas. And then for response area 3, on this slide, you'll see that only priority 2 was reportable for some months because of the 100 call rule, which was not met for priority 1 or priority 3. For context, priority 2s generally have the highest call volume, regardless of response area. However, priority 1 and priority 3 hit the 100 call threshold in April and July. And again, all reportable priorities were above 90%. AMR is really doing a fantastic job on compliance. I know they are regularly monitoring the system to review where compliance may dip and moving resources through their system's status plan to fill any potential gaps. They are really taking a proactive approach. Additionally, we meet with AMR monthly to review response time compliance and assess all areas. Even if it hasn't hit the 100 call threshold, we share a common goal of identifying downward trends early so we can do our best to correct them for the betterment of the EMS system.
Overall, we believe the new agreement builds a stronger EMS system that will create better outcomes and improve equity for the residents of the County of Monterey. That concludes our prepared report, and we're happy to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comment first. Is there any public comment online or in the room?
So my name is Eloise Shim, and I just want to comment about the healthcare system in Monterey County. I myself find it inadequate and lacking. And I have a neighbor that died of a heart attack on July 4th. And there is, you know, there are places where he could have called for the emergency right in the apartment. I just, you know, I don't think that the health care, just the basic health care in Monterey County is very good. My experience, I really can't even get my tooth filled in like 10 years. I can't go to a dentist that doesn't break my teeth instead of fixing my teeth. So I just want to comment that, you know, maybe if you concentrate on fixing the healthcare system here so that people, it seems like the only people that can really get quality healthcare are the rich people. If they have Blue Cross Blue Shield, but if you have Medicare or if you have Medi-Cal, you're just clean out of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no additional comments, so we'll close public comment and bring it to the board. George?
Yeah, one item you didn't really discuss was the parcel tax, which I believe has been since 2012 dollars, correct? I think your microphone might be off again.
$12, yes, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, and that's per parcel, I believe, isn't it? Something like that, yes. And I know that's led to some constraints, and you had to go to the general fund for some funds at various times. My understanding is that since 2000, responsibilities have actually increased in duties. Is that would be correct? Could you maybe give me a brief breakdown on what those have included?
Sure. The responsibilities and duties have increased quite significantly since then. EMS, when it first began, was traditionally a model where someone would call 911, an ambulance would come out, transport the patient to the hospital, and sort of that was the end of the EMS system. Since then, it's grown to be much more of a key component of the healthcare system, in that the EMS system is responsible for working within areas such as public health, disaster management, providing care within the community, working on programs such as Kimberly spoke about as our nurse navigation program. The complexity of the technology has increased quite a bit. We're involved with electronic patient care documentation, health information exchanges, items such as that. As we talked about in the report, we're doing quite a bit with data tracking and reporting. We have developed entire specialty systems of care that didn't previously exist at that point, including care for our patients suffering from heart attacks, strokes, and trauma. So, for instance, the Natividad trauma system didn't exist at that point when this parcel tax went into effect. I think those are some key areas that I would point out.
Yeah. So I know it's, thank you for that. Basically, you're having more to do, and the dollars don't stretch as far, which is not a good situation. And I know, and it's been raised in the previous years from this board, concerns on that, and I believe the partial tax takes a 2/3 vote to, if it was to be increased. But, and I know that's a big reach, but as we just had one commenter refer to healthcare and the challenges and the importance of that, I'd like the board just to, give some direction, if my colleagues would agree, that maybe this be researched and come back prior to the 28 election about maybe putting something like this on the ballot to increase that parcel tax. I mean, we don't know if it's on a pass or not unless it's put before the voters, and I do think that it's time to do that, because this is some of the most important health care we need. It is that care when people need it immediately. And it's acute, and it's an emergency situation. So, that's the kind of direction I would like to give.
Thank you. My questions were about financing as well, and the fact that the CSA 74 parcel tax has remained stagnant. And I wanted to ask you about the other funding source, which is the MADI fund. Could you describe that revenue source, and is it also declining?
So the MADI fund is a penalty assessment that's added onto certain penalties that are assessed. It's $4 per $10 of penalties. It has seen some fluctuation. We had 4 years of the fund amounts coming in trending downwards. Last year, we saw a small increase in that. It's roughly $800,000 in revenue for total for the fund. We do use a portion of that to support the EMS agency, but another large portion of that goes to reimburse care for uninsured, either through physician groups, individual physicians, or the hospitals, being Natividad and Me Memorial.
Got it. And so in regards to the reliance on these funding sources and the fact that they appear to be increasingly insufficient, what sort of technology improvements have helped on the administrative cost side? Is there implementations is anything that been implemented to help in that regard? And also, I'm not sure if you talked about any of the new fees that have been implemented, and are they helping out?
So on the technology front, I'll take that question first. The EMS agency has implemented several programs that are designed to streamline our processes and make more efficient use of our staff hours. So amongst those would be a system. One of our primary responsibilities is the accreditation and certification of EMS personnel. So we have worked to implement an online system that saves quite a bit of time for our staff. We have also worked to implement an online system for processing MADI claims. So we receive claims from individual physicians, physician groups, the hospitals, for those funds that I mentioned earlier. That process has streamlined things. The First Watch system that we've recently implemented helps us with our compliance metrics and compiles the data, so it saves us a lot of the manual data crunching that we were previously doing. And then, I'm sorry, the second part of your question?
I was asking about new fees.
Yeah. So we receive approximately $178,000 last year from Natividad for a trauma center fee. That recoups a portion of the cost to us to oversee the trauma system. We also have a air ambulance fee of $25,000 that we receive from our air ambulance provider in the county. That also recoups a portion of the expense to oversee that system. I will say that we are significantly behind other local EMS agencies in the adoption of fees. Many have implemented fees for things such as their STEMI programs, their stroke programs, ambulance accreditation checks, ambulance equipment verifications, certifications, accreditation processing, that sort of thing. So,
okay, thank you for that. And so I'll just express out loud that I would support Supervisor Church's question about whether or not we should look at the CSA 74 and even broaden it a little bit to some of the other fee structures and all of the above, but I think it's insufficient, it's declining, and it should be a cause for concern. Thank you.
I just support that too, for I'll come back look at all options on that.
Yeah, can I ask the prison, in terms of the regions and response times, which category they fall under?
The prison is in response area 2, and it's considered in the city of Soledad.
So I think my concerns remain there with how we have the current structure around the fees. And so I would just be curious in the future if we could break them out, given the fact that we do stage an ambulance outside of that property, right? And I would be curious about how that skews the data based on the fact that every day, including this morning when I drive by, they're sitting there at the prison.
There is not a unit staged at the prison. I'm not sure if they're just responding, but there is not a unit staged at the prison. There used to be an ambulance that was given to the prison by AMR that was older, that they used, they gave it to them to use if they needed to bring it into the yard for the fire department, but there is no unit that's staged at the prison. So they are staged in the city of Soledad on Monterey Street. They have quarters there. They do respond. They have 12-hour units that post into Gonzales. Usually if there's a unit in Gonzales, they try and hit the prison because they can get there a little bit faster. We do response time compliance comparisons, and we pull the prison responses out of the city to see what the responses are within the city of Soledad, and actually AMR is doing quite well if you pull the prison responses out. So we wanted to look at that individually to see how are they doing, because if you put the prison, because the prison does, you're right, they get a lot of responses, but we wanted to pull those out and say, well, how are they doing if the prison responses aren't in there? And they are doing well. They're doing very well.
Data?
Sure, absolutely.
Perfect. So again, at this point, I can't support what's being proposed in terms of upping fees until we get a fix to that structure. Thanks.
I just had a couple questions. The nurse navigation program sounds like a great sort of step in the right direction, and like how do we meet people where they're at with information that they need to help make better decisions about, you know, what they do, especially because we know so often people are hesitant to even call or for an ambulance or take an ambulance because of the cost if you're not on a government payer situation. So do we have information about the nurse navigator program reducing ambulance transports? Like, is there a direct correlation?
So the nurse navigation program is fairly new. So it went into effect the beginning of June. And so we've been monitoring it. So and the first month there was some adjustments, you know, any new program, you have to make sure it's running correctly and this, that, and the other. But what we've found so far is that the calls that do get navigated to nurse navigation, about 25% of those are resulting in no transport. So we want to increase that, but a lot of people are hesitant to use the program, so they decline it, and we're monitoring all of that information. But we do find that people call 911 because they don't necessarily know who else to call, and it's because they just need help. And so we're trying to capture, and we're hoping as time goes on, we don't want necessarily people to call 911 to get to nurse navigation. That's not what we want either. But sometimes people don't know, maybe this can be treated at home, or maybe I can go to an urgent care. So we're going to have more data as time goes on because the program is so new. So we can definitely bring back more as time goes on.
Okay, thank you. And then another question, so I'm not sure I'm going to phrase it correctly, but so within our EMS agency, we have our ambulances, we have our fire response that is in parallel oftentimes on medical calls. And I know we've been trying to figure out where the right balance of deployment of resources exists. We have fire districts, many fire districts here in Monterey County that are also struggling to keep up with cost. And there's no reimbursement for a response that doesn't result in a transfer for the ambulance. There's also no reimbursement at all for a fire department or fire district that's responding to a medical emergency, although they're often able to get there, you know, they arrive first on the scene. Can you just talk at all about and I think this gets to my bigger question and my point about, like, we have these systems and structures that have been sort of evolved over time and built up in certain ways. And yet the cost structures, the fire districts are struggling to keep up with the cost structures. The EMS agency is struggling to keep up with the cost structures. We know that all of our hospital systems are under order from the state to limit their cost increases. So where do all of these conversations come together from a fiscal perspective about like what are the options within the different partner agencies that are part of the system to say who all needs resources? Are we deploying those resources to the highest and best good in service to our residents? And are there cost shifts within the system that would make sense while still continuing to deliver care? And I get it, that's a hot potato question, but I think it's one that we're gonna be face to face with at some point. And so the sooner we start having the conversation, the better.
Yeah, I think that you kind of hit on the points there as far as the fire department, the ambulance response, the resources that we send, and then the model that reimbursement for EMS services is based on the transport component of EMS. And really, as we talked about, EMS has progressed and moved into other areas, and transport cannot remain the entire focus of that reimbursement. So I think things like advocating for reimbursement for treatment on scene, referral to alternate destinations, maybe referring a patient to an urgent care clinic or doctor's office or another site that may be appropriate for care, efforts that we can do to add in those potentials for reimbursement are important. I think everything that we do to work to send the right resources to the scene. So we have an emergency medical dispatch system that identifies what resources are needed based on historical data. It's an internationally accepted system. Anything we can do to streamline responses when those additional resources are not needed on the scene. And then the work that we do to make sure that the patient receives the right care that they need, but also in the right setting that may be more cost effective than sending an ambulance, a fire engine, and transporting that patient to an emergency department.
And so is that conversation happening? Where is that conversation happening?
Yeah, so we look at the nurse navigation data is a big step in that direction. We have an emergency medical dispatch system that makes recommendations to the fire agencies and the ambulance provider, both on whether they should respond lights and sirens, or if they should even respond or not to calls. Those are at the will of the fire department to decide how they wish to respond to those. So we make the recommendations, and then they have the option to tell us how they're going to opt to respond to those calls. We're also looking at things like bringing more basic life support ambulances into the system. So those are handling a large number of interfacility transports and freeing up those other ambulances. We're also looking to bring expanded scope paramedics into the system, which can transport some of the patients that currently require a registered nurse, and has some cost savings associated with it as well. So.
Okay. And so I think I'm in support of the request that Supervisor Church is making to say we need to look at the fee structures and identify if there's a need to amend that if the public wants that. But I think it needs to happen within the context of a bigger conversation, because if we're, we've got one group of folks who have taxing authority who are saying we need more money. We've got another group saying we have taxing authority, we need more money, another group. But if those groups collectively haven't had the conversation together, and if we can't make that case to the public that we're maximizing efficiencies within a system, it's going to be a hard sell to go back and say we also want more money for this one piece of a system when it's not actively maximizing how it all works together. So I'm sensitive to that reality in this particular dynamic, but I'm supportive. I think the conversation needs to happen.
Yeah, I think that's what, Supervisor Daniels gave some suggestions to look at too. I think we need to look at the whole scope of this whole thing is ideally, and that's what I'm trying to really urge on here. We've got a lot of time. If this was to go to a ballot issue, it wouldn't be before, it'd be over 2 years from now anyway, it'd be 28. The November of 28 is when you would do it. So there's plenty of time to hopefully have this conversation, get this information together, and try to make the best path forward at this point. So, but if that's what the direction is, I'm supportive of that.
Yeah. And so I guess just the question would be like, is there an appropriate place for whether, where does the board engage in those conversations, or do we just continue to have that happen in the spaces where it's happening? Or if there's a desire, I'm happy to say like, hey, we need to do this, have this EMS committee. Who sits on the EMS? Is this the EMS agency committee that would be where this is happening? We
have an emergency medical care committee who's made up of representatives from the fire departments, the ambulance service providers, community representatives, the hospitals, and then we have 2 liaisons from the board as well who are assigned to that, which I believe currently are Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Daniels. No.
As long as I've been on this board, I don't think that committee's ever met, so.
The committee meets regularly. It meets every other month, but I don't think we've ever had supervisors participate in the...
I don't think we get agendas for that. It'd be great to make sure we get those agendas.
Certainly.
Okay, well, this is good. Maybe we need to, so we have an appropriate place. We have assigned board members, and we've identified a gap. So I think we can close that gap moving forward. And maybe, through my colleagues, we can ask our colleagues who are assigned to this to maybe elevate the conversation in that space where it's happening already. All right. Does that work for everyone? All right. So I think that's big consensus, some direction. But thank you for the questions. The only other question I had was in the past, AMR has had complaints about the folks who are not there, who receive transport and their insurance doesn't cover the transport. Do we have any data about complaints or those cost shifts?
We have Mike Esslinger from AMR here with us. Mike, would you like to speak to your data on that?
Yeah, thank you. We would have to go back probably and look at the data, but I'm not sure if you were referencing like AB 716 or, the gap billing and those types of things. But at any rate,
Gap billing.
Yeah, we have not really seen any significant increases. And in fact, in our private pay, the average amount that we used to be able to collect has actually decreased, unfortunately. I do know that there's been a legal process that they've been working through, but I'm unfortunately not really versed as far as what the status is. But I can safely state that we have not seen increases as a result of the Assembly bill. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion before we receive this report? All right, seeing none, then we'll say thank you for the report. Thank you again for your patience being bumped from agenda to agenda. I'm glad we had sufficient time here today so we weren't rushed in the discussion. I did, yeah, we started with the public. Oops, lost my agenda. All right, I think that's our only, we had another item in the morning, item number 8, that was a drought resilience plan that was removed via the supplemental agenda last week. So we will recess for lunch, and we will not be recessing to closed session. We get an actual lunch break today. We'll be back here at 1:30 p.m. And again, just to be clear and sufficient, item number 9, the flock group item, was pulled off of the agenda by the sheriff this morning. However, we will reopen public comment, which we don't typically do, but we will reopen public comment at 1:30 to allow anyone who was planning to attend to speak on the flock item to have that opportunity to share their testimony and public comment at that time via the general public comment process. Thank you. We are recessed for lunch.
Diego, can you hear me? Diego,
Yes, I can hear you.
stay where you're at, and then we'll call for the interpreter here in a moment for the announcement.
Okay, I'll stay on mute.
Thank you.
It is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. This is the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey. We're reconvening our afternoon meeting, letting the record show that all supervisors are present today. Supervisor Alejo is not yet back in session and will be arriving shortly. I'd like to start by welcoming our Spanish interpretation services. We have Diego Salas with us online. Diego, are you able to make the announcement about services that are available?
Yes. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. So we're a little bit, so for the scheduled items this afternoon on the agenda as it was published, includes item number 9, which is an item about Flock Group, Inc. It's a request from the sheriff to fund 103 Flock cameras, license plate readers, in an amount of $2.781 million for the period of September 1, 2026 to August 31st, 2036. This was revised this morning. The sheriff pulled that item off of the agenda, so we will not be receiving a presentation from the sheriff on this item. We would typically allow public comment in the morning for any item that is not on the agenda. However, because we knew this item was of interest to the public and that there are people planning to arrive at 1:30, we're extending and reopening public comment now at 1:30 for anyone who would like to comment. The item won't be presented from the sheriff today. It's anticipated to come back tentatively September 22nd is the day that's been stated. However, we did want to make sure we respected and valued the voice of those who plan to be here today to speak. So we're reopening general public comment so that you can speak technically on any item that's not on the agenda, but specifically so that anyone who came planning to speak on the Flock item number 9 would have an opportunity to do so. I'm just going to reiterate some of our comments, general public comments. We welcome everyone here. We do ask for shared respect while people are providing their testimony. We won't always agree with everyone in the room, but we do not allow for signs, placards, or demonstrations of yelling, clapping, or stomping in the chambers. You may use jazz hands if you support what someone is saying, but I will have to ask you not to clap in response to comments. We allow everyone the opportunity to make public comments of 2 minutes. A timer will be on the screen, a bell will sound when the time is up, and then the microphone will turn off. I don't want to have to interrupt anyone, but I will say thank you when it's time to move on. And I just ask for your shared respect of that clock and that timer. If you have additional testimony that you'd like to submit for the record, you may send it in writing to the full Board of Supervisors and the sheriff at cob@countyofmonterey.com. The sheriff and supervisors, as well as our staff, receive all of that testimony, and it does become a public record. So that's cob@countyofmonterey.com. So with that, I'm going to reopen general public comment, and I'll just ask if we could have, if you're planning on speaking, if you can move to the front of the room and maybe form a line on a single side so that we can make our way through the comment. We have a number of hands raised online as well.
Madam Chair, if you could, I just wanted to let the public know that numerous questions were given to the sheriff, and as a result, the sheriff's made that request for more time to be able to answer those at the September 22nd meeting. I just wanted to let the public know that that's why she had requested additional time.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and open general public comment. Again, thank you all for spending your afternoon with us here in Chambers.
How's it going, board? I want to thank Wendy for giving us the opportunity to speak, even though it got canceled and taken off the agenda. And thanks to the board for hearing us out. So I'm never a fan when we outsource public stuff like this to the private sector. It never ends well. There's always room for trouble. I'm not against cameras at the intersections, catching people speeding and stuff like that, but Flock camera is different. They're collecting the video. We don't know where it goes. They're reading people's license plates. Sometimes people have been like pulled over on accident because it misread their license plate. I mean, there's a lot of room for trouble here. So I would urge that you guys don't do the Flock, don't fund them. And just want to end it with the famous quote by Benjamin Franklin, one of our founding fathers, that says, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Jacob Sandoval. I'm part of Salinas Leadership Council 3315. It's regarding the flock, and I know it's going to come back in the future, so just some items to take consideration when it gets brought back. I want to focus on something that we have now seen happen in multiple jurisdictions. Written policies do not necessarily mean that a local agency actually controls who can access flock cameras. Mountain View is perhaps the clearest example. Its police department discovered that the federal state law enforcement agencies had accessed its ALPR data beyond what the city believed it had authorized. Mountain View later confirmed that a nationwide search setting had been enabled by flock safety without the police department's permission or knowledge. The police chief shut down all 30 cameras on February 24th. The city council unanimously terminated its flock contract. Mountain View is not alone. Santa Cruz terminated its flock contract. Los Altos Hills also terminated its contract and took its cameras offline. And there is a much larger than a few California cities. The Guardian reported in August that at least 56 cities have rejected or canceled flock contracts in 2026 alone. That should matter before Monterey County enters into a 10-year, $2.871 million agreement covering 103 cameras. There's another reason not to enter into this agreement. California is actively considering new legislation at the state level regarding SB 1013 or something else that come forward, which means that legislation around this technology is still changing. So imagine getting locked into a 10-year agreement and then changes being made. That could be a big financial mess for the county. The concern is simply not what our sheriff's policy says. The concern is whether Monterey County can independently verify typical settings. If communities are shutting down these systems after discovering their safeguards or not enough, dozens of jurisdictions are reconsidering flock, and California is still evolving. Why would Monterey County lock itself into a 10-year commitment now? Technology is still evolving. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Felipe Lopez, and I'm a part of the Salinas Leadership Blue Light Council 3315. My concern is not simply that these cameras photograph license plates. Flock creates a searchable database showing where vehicles were seen, when they were seen, and potentially how they moved through a community over time. That gives law enforcement the ability to build a picture of someone's movements without that person ever being suspected of a crime. We have already seen what could go wrong. In Mountain View, the city discovered that outside agencies had been able to access its flock camera data through settings the city says it did not authorize. The city ultimately shut down its cameras and unanimously terminated its contract. That incident shows that even when a local government believes it controls its data, it may not have the level of control that residents were promised. I do not believe our community should accept a system that collects location information on thousands of residents, especially when residents have little control over how that information is stored, searched, or shared with other agencies. There are also serious unresolved privacy and Fourth Amendment concerns about building searchable histories of people's movements through public spaces. Public safety is important, but there has to be a line between investigating crimes and creating a permanent surveillance infrastructure that watches everyone. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the county to end its relationship with Flock and reject the contract renewal and not install additional cameras. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Jasmine Topete, Salinas resident and a member of Salinas Council Leadership BULAC 3315. Monterey County is an agricultural county. Our economy depends on farm workers and immigrant families who live, work, raise their kids, and contribute to this county every single day. And right now, many of those families are already living with fear and uncertainty. Children are going to school afraid their parents may not be home when they get back, or afraid that they themselves could be taken away, as we have seen happening across the country. I understand these cameras were introduced to help solve crimes, recover stolen vehicles, and locate missing people. And those are important goals, but that should not come at the expense of our privacy. We already had a problem involving the Monterey County Sheriff's own flock data. Monterey County Weekly reported that data collected for the Sheriff's Office was shared with multiple out-of-state agencies, despite California law restricting that sharing. The sheriff's office said Flock itself was responsible and that the issue was later addressed through a software fix. If the county could not guarantee that its data remained within the limits of California law under the existing agreement, why should residents trust a contract locking Monterey County into this company until 2036? Santa Cruz terminated its Flock contract. Mountain View terminated its contract, as we have heard. While other California communities are stepping away, Monterey County is considering expanding and committing itself for another decade. This isn't about having something to hide. It's about who has access to information about where we go, when we go there, and how that information can be shared. And 10 years is a long time to assume that safeguards that failed once will never fail again. Just to show you a map of how many Flock cameras are in only Salinas. This doesn't show all of Monterey County, just Salinas. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Kohout. I am a citizen of Monterey County. I thank you for reopening public comment. I do hope that when the next meeting does happen on this subject, it will be made when the majority of the public can speak on this, not in the middle of the work week and the work day. Given our economy, it makes it hard for our public to be able to speak on such sensitive matters, such as Flock cameras. Monterey County is and has been as safe as it can be without being under constant surveillance. I believe a way to make citizens feel unsafe and uncertain of local government's decision, it would be to move forward with Flock cameras. My questions are, like, what are the policies that will be in place for them? Who oversees these policies? Are they unbiased, whoever is overseeing them? Where are the majority of these cameras being placed? Is there a policy in place on where they will be placed? Is it liberally dispersed throughout the community or targeted to specific areas? What is the criteria for this reasoning for those areas? With numerous news reports coming out about the failed accuracy of Flock cameras, I don't understand why we are considering such an expensive and potentially dangerous decision for our citizens, let alone a decision that will last us at least a decade. My last question is, who is held accountable when there is failed accuracy? To quote a training manual from IBM in 1979, a computer can never be held accountable, therefore a computer must never make a management decision. Please do not move forward on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I appreciate you keeping this opportunity open today. My name is Miles Wade. I'm a resident of Salinas. I'm concerned that we're at a tipping point where we should pause and make sure we're doing the right thing and doing this right before we move forward and committing to another 10 years. Before expanding a system like this, I think we need better evidence that it provides the benefits we expect and has adequate oversight for the level of surveillance we're being asked to accept. In 2023, when the city of Salinas was using its Flock results to justify a major expansion, the police department acknowledged that a formal evaluation system required by its grant was still under development, due by April 2024. I wasn't able to find any public evaluation demonstrating the system's effectiveness 2 years after this due date. I don't have time to get into the data that I was able to find, but I wasn't able to find anything that suggests that expansion of the Flock system contributed to a reduction in crime. I want to argue that it won't help solve crimes. Clearly it does. I just think that I wonder whether it's been demonstrated that it helps enough to justify an additional $2.8 million and additional 10 years of this surveillance system. Aside from the cost and effectiveness, I'm particularly concerned about security. Independent researchers have identified serious vulnerabilities in Flock's cameras and software and actually demonstrated unauthorized access to some of this technology. And there's been the documented cases of officers abusing these systems to track people for personal reasons, cases where inaccurate plate recognition contributed to wrongful stops, situations like here in Monterey County, where a configuration problem allowed access to law enforcement agencies outside of California to data collected here in Monterey County from Flock systems. I don't think that these problems mean that this technology can never be used responsibly. But technology capable of collecting and searching information where ordinary people travel deserves a higher level of security, transparency, and oversight. I ask the board to reconsider this and not move forward with any relationship with Flock. Thank you.
Members of the Board of Supervisors, Michelle Welsh, also known as Mickey. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove and a volunteer with the American Civil Liberties Union. I am opposed to the authorization agreement to expand and use flock cameras or any ALPR company or system. Many others have already talked about the flaws of the flock system and the misuse of data, sharing of data improperly and unlawfully. I share those concerns. I'm not going to repeat them. My concern is the Constitution. My concern is the amendments 4th, 5th, 14th, and 1st being violated on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, by the mass surveillance system created by these flock cameras in our communities. The California Constitution also protects our right to privacy at Article 1, Section 1. That's being disregarded all the time. Our founders and drafters of our Constitution knew from experience that mass surveillance was desired by police and police agencies and governments everywhere. They experienced it. And they made a choice for us 200 plus years ago that it was more important to protect our privacy and integrity than it is to assist law enforcement. Recently, the Supreme Court decided that a cell phone data search required a warrant before the search could be conducted. And this ALPR system of cameras at every major intersection, collecting data on every person who passes by for any reason, creates an even larger and potentially more invasive surveillance system than the use of cell phones. So I urge you to stop all relationship with the flock company or any license plate reader company that would violate our rights under the United States and California Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Metzley. I'm a student and resident of Monterey County. I think as a resident, I'm incredibly concerned about the lack of regulation that these cameras and the installment and usage of them kind of bring. I think that no matter how you put it, the residents don't feel any safer or any more protected with these flock cameras. And they're being used for reading license plates and stripping people of their privacy, but they're also could possibly be used for malicious intent by agents of the state. There's really no ethical space that I find in using flock cameras and having AI power them, specifically when it doesn't really benefit working class people at all. I think someone mentioned earlier, is there any really statistics or any evidence that support that these flock cameras will reduce crime rates or anything like that? In the contract, as you guys have read, it states that it's a 10-year contract, that sort of looms over us. Again, like what happens when we don't agree with some of these things? What happens when anything goes wrong? Like we're kind of tied down to this. So it kind of sounds like a threat, a 10-year threat, kind of like looming over us. And it's a threat that scales the surveillance system or the surveillance state even more than investing in the actual bread and butter issues of Monterey County. I think that spending the $2 million on this would be the biggest waste of money, if I'm being honest. And if our law enforcement is relying on artificial intelligence to assist with solving crimes, then I think we have bigger fish to fry. I'm thinking of the children, and I'm thinking of them being forced to grow up in the surveillance state where their entire identity and our whole entire movements and habits are being watched 24/7. And I beg the council members to reconsider this and to actually invest in our community and in something that doesn't involve more policing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove, and I just want to voice my opinion as well, along with everybody else here, that I don't agree that flock cameras should be installed, any other cameras like that. I think it doesn't make the public feel safer. It's not really adding to the community. The money could be spent on other things.
Hello, my name is Carol Silvera. I'm a resident of Salinas. A lot of people here have made points that I would have made. I'm not going to repeat those. It's true that flock is in my view, unconstitutional. I'm not so naive to think that this government cares about the Constitution at this point, but even if that's the case, in what world is constant surveillance on every street corner not cartoonishly dystopian? To the point where any one of you who votes for this, I think, should worry about getting reelected the next time your seat comes up. Thank you.
And I'll just remind you to please help us maintain decorum in the room, refrain from any displays of clapping. You are welcome to continue using jazz hands. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a resident of Seaside and also a student. I urge the board to reject the 10-year contract with Flock because in a country where many immigrants are now afraid to leave their homes in fear of being kidnapped by ICE, including here, we don't need more mass surveillance. It doesn't keep us safe. It doesn't keep us safe, and it's a violation of our privacy. Flock is an AI surveillance company, and like other private tech companies, it can share whatever sensitive information it gathers with other private companies and federal agencies, despite claiming that they don't do that. Cities are canceling their Flock contracts because of its racial profiling, sharing data for unauthorized federal searches, sharing data out of state, and just plain inaccurate cameras. The cameras have already been used to track people engaging in legal protest activity, while the federal government has tried to paint peaceful protesters as domestic terrorists. Flock has been sharing data illegally, putting the safety of our immigrant community members, people of color, and people exercising their First Amendment rights at risk to be targeted by authorities. Because of its ability to collect sensitive data about anyone and share it with any entity that they want, the 100 or so Flock cameras proposed to be put in Monterey County would become part of a widespread surveillance network beholden to private companies and the federal government. Flock will sell that data to the highest bidder or just share it illegally whenever they're asked, including the federal agencies that want to put innocent people behind bars. This 10-year contract with expensive penalties for backing out early is way too long and predatory on Flock's part. Their other contracts with cities usually only last 1 to 3 years, so this forces the county to participate in mass surveillance and punishes it if they might want to change their mind in the future. All of Flock's cameras in Monterey County should be removed and no new cameras should be approved. Reject this contract and protect the people of the county over a private tech company.
Hello, my name is Aaron Hare. I'm also coming down from Seaside and I'm a student at CSUMB. And I wanted to come here to say that I strongly oppose the measure to introduce Flock counters to Monterey County. Aside from my general opposition to this and belief that it's against privacy, there's also strong evidence to show that these cameras do not work as they're advertised to, with some studies showing that they have as high as a 10% rate of failure. And which does not sound like a lot until you realize that when these cameras are scanning potentially thousands of vehicles every single day, which means we could have potentially hundreds of people getting mistaken for criminals. And for example, an example of this would be in Aurora, Colorado, an ALPR camera mistakenly registered a vehicle as stolen, which resulted in Brittany Gilliam and her 6-year-old daughter being removed from their vehicle at gunpoint, despite the fact that the stolen vehicle was registered in Montana and not Colorado. On a similar note, Demetria Hurd, alongside her husband and 13-year-old nephew, were detained in similar fashion in Frisco, Texas, because of a typo in the database. Finally, and most egregiously of all, Isuke Robinson and her 2-year-old autistic son were thrown into the back of a police car after her Dodge Challenger was mistaken for one that took part in a drive-by shooting, despite the fact that the said shooting was over 2 miles away from her house. And to add insult to injury, every single person I've just described suffering as a result of these malfunctions was a person of color, showing that not only does this technology not function properly, but the weight of these malfunctions compounds with pre-existing biases inside our justice system to target vulnerable communities. So I wanted to ask you this. Do you want to expose this county, which is demographic is over 80% Latino, to further harassment and exploitation? If so, if you don't want that to happen, I would say vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Naomi. I'm a resident of Salinas. I wanted to say we the people should not have to sit here and convince our government and city officials that they do not need a searchable, live streaming AI database of our exact daily movements. Protecting both public safety and individual liberty is not an either-or choice. Just because flocks sometimes help solve crime doesn't magically make them okay or excuse all of the other issues, concerns, and harm they are causing throughout this country. Next, I want to address the common consensus from flock supporters of, if you don't have anything to worry about, why do you care? I will tell you exactly that. We are talking about a 24/7 live streaming countrywide searchable police surveillance AI database that records when you leave home, where you travel to, who you're going to see, when you return home, what your daily routes are, and eventually reconstruct your daily schedule and route. And this information is in the hands of people who have abused it nationwide. I'm not going to sit here and wait until it's uncovered an officer here has used this database to stalk someone or a false arrest is made. That shouldn't be able to happen, period, because my daily movements and my daily routes should not be documented into a searchable database, period. Over 47 officers that we know of have abused these cameras, using them to stalk various women they see in public, ex-romantic partners, and so on. Not to mention how many false arrests have been made due to these flock cameras. Innocent people held at gunpoint, jailed, and put in danger simply because we are relying on an AI database to hopefully find the right person. For example, Lindsay Isaacs was almost charged with 8 felony counts and the possibility of life in prison while being kept in jail for 2 weeks because of flock falsely flagging her for a triple murder hit and run. We are currently and continuously seeing these cameras being abused throughout the country, and you want to pass a 10-year contract, spend $2.8 million when we've already seen since 2023, when these were first installed in Salinas and Monterey County, how much they've grown and how much more damage they've caused. Instead of pouring millions of dollars into these flock cameras, you should be pouring money into preventing crime, not trying to catch crime with AI after it happens, hoping they get it right. It's embarrassing for any one of you who's seated at the Board of Representatives who want to pass this, because you're making your citizens come up here. Okay, thank you.
And I'll just reiterate, for anything that you don't get to communicate in 2 minutes, it's not a lot of time, you can send to be on our public record by emailing cob@countyofmonterey.gov. And we do want to receive that, and we do review all of those comments that come in. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ella Clifton. I grew up in Salinas, and I'm a student at UC Santa Cruz. And we've seen plenty of evidence to show that these cameras are an invasion of privacy, and they do not help the community feel safer. They do the opposite. And also, $3 million almost is a lot of money that could be reallocated into much more preventative measures instead of trying to catch crime after the fact. Like, a lot of people have brought up a really great points here. It's an invasion of privacy, and the fact that the police force has to rely on AI to catch crime is a little bit ridiculous, and I strongly urge that we not go through with this contract.
Hi, I'm Michael Steelman, resident of Monterey County. Just got a couple quick points here for my kids in the future. We're being asked to approve surveillance infrastructure and improve that even more. And it's not just simply a camera. A law-abiding citizen should not have to wonder whether government technology is recording every coming and going, establishing patterns of daily life, or doing the same to our children. The concern is not simply what officials promise to do with this information today. We must consider what this capability can become tomorrow. History repeatedly shows that government powers created for legitimate purposes can expand, be misused, or intrude upon the rights of private citizens. Once the ability to track patterns of ordinary life exists, the question is no longer whether it can be used, but who will be allowed to use it, for what purpose, and where will the line be drawn. Most people being recorded have done nothing wrong. Today, the justification may be murder, kidnapping, or stolen vehicles, but where is the enforceable line tomorrow? Employees change, administrations change, policies change, technology expands. Once this infrastructure exists, expanding its use becomes much easier than asking the public for permission to build it in the first place. Instead of starting with the person suspected of a crime and gathering evidence about that person, the system can collect observations of everyone first and make the information searchable later. That's reverse targeted investigation. Taxpayer priorities matter also. Before spending limited tax dollars on expanding the surveillance network, we should be assessing safe roads and drainage and emergency accesses and so forth. I mean, I drive on a road every day that rocks my socks in my brand new truck. The bottom line is surveillance is not safety, right? And so if these cameras and searchable movement records pose so little privacy concerns, would you guys like to have that in front of your house, recording your every go and to and fro? It's not right. And you guys know it, I think, deep down. So I would urge you to reject the proposal. Thanks.
Deshaun Forward, Marina resident. The first assistant U.S. attorney put out a statement. If you don't have flock cameras, how are law enforcement going to detect and see somebody walking around possibly looking to blow up your state capitol or commit terrorist acts? Doesn't sound like play reading to me. Almost sounds like similar to the Patriot Act, waiving rights and mass surveillance. With that being said, there's been multiple cases of abuse by law enforcement with these cameras. Y'all say you will have access to it when we know the upper echelon of the government don't play by the rules. Johnson County, Texas, used it to track someone crossing state lines to get an abortion. Their reason for it, even approaching her, was a welfare check, but leaked records and investigative files showed that they tried to prosecute her, but couldn't. Does that inspire confidence in law enforcement? Another similar case, PD in Wisconsin tracked another individual who frequently traveled to Michigan. They used him crossing state lines with legal weed as a pretense for stopping him. Since when has crossing state lines become a pretense for violating our fourth right? Again, doesn't inspire confidence. Other officers have used it to stalk exes, spouses, coworkers. Again, doesn't inspire confidence. The data Flock acquires is stored on Flock servers, not PD. Oh, let's not forget the misidentifications that have happened on Interstate 94. Someone they pulled somebody over, had their guns out because of an outdated Flock alert. Borderline ICE action, in my opinion. Not only that is it not safe for citizens, it's unsafe for officers because it's violating people's rights through misidentification. I'd like to think at this point cops lose their qualified immunity, especially when it involves those uninvolved in extreme situations like that. Breonna Taylor, I'll leave it at that. $2.8 million could be used for things in the community. It would be a waste, especially if a concern you guys have is them getting knocked down around the nation, just saying. I suggest listening to the people you work for, us. You're privy to our concerns, or at least you should be when it comes to this. Mass surveillance doesn't stop crime. Resources for the community does.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Daniel O'Malley, and I think we should move this hearing to a more reasonable time, not after lunch. You know, I'm falling asleep. You guys might be falling asleep. But, well, my stance on Flock is we should move away from Flock and Axon cameras. We do not have any historical data regarding these cameras. We don't know if they help or do. Aside from the cost, which is $2.7 million, people are abusing access. Policemen are stalking partners, friends, and foes. It is also a 10-year commitment. Also, it goes against our Fourth Amendment. People also say if you're doing nothing wrong, then you have nothing. Then you have nothing to worry about until they change the meaning of wrong. It feels as if surveillance isn't to keep us safe; it's to control us. And I'd like to, push back from that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Will Trowbridge. I am a resident of Marina and a student at CSU Monterey Bay. As a student, many of my professors have warned us to think critically about the way the world is changing. As I watch a rise in Flock's camera systems in my area, I have no doubt that this is exactly what they're warning us about. I have a lot of concerns about Flock cameras. We don't have a lot of time, so it's not applicable to bring them all up. One of my main concerns is that it will be abused by people who aren't supposed to use it or are using it wrong. I've had many friends who have been victims of stalking before, victims of people who are following them, and a universal tracking system is the worst thing for those people. I'm concerned about the impact of Flock cameras and the abuse of said cameras. And while there are some positives, I wholeheartedly believe that those positives are outweighed. In the end, I feel that there's the opportunity for abuse of these systems is significantly worse than the opportunity that it could help. And I feel that people matter more. And I feel that we should protect our community and make sure that our community feels safe. As an office of the people, I urge you to protect your people and make sure that they feel safe in the community that they call home. Thank you.
Hello there, my name is Captain Burnett, and I am a CSUMB student and a resident of Marina. As previously stated, I am against flock cameras in their entirety in any AI or AI-powered camera, but not to repeat other stuff. The people of Monterey County do not support. I look in this room and I see people who have managed time at 1:30 p.m. on a Tuesday, which is during a working day, during a day kids are in school, during a day students are in class. I am in a class that is going active right now, and I am supported by my professors and my fellow students to be here and talk about the negatives of these cameras. Not only that, we see people here with their voice, and we see people out in the streets. There are multiple accounts of vandalism on flock cameras in Monterey County. The people want to come and make their voice heard, and they want to solve things civilly, and they want to prevent this from happening. But your decision on flock cameras will not change people's opinion of them. If you vote to instate them, people will still dislike flock cameras, and there will be people who will commit acts of vandalism on them. We urge you to listen to the people and to hear us and pay attention to us as we voice our concerns, because we ultimately trust you and we have our safety in your hands, especially with these cameras that can track us everywhere we go. I am here on behalf of everyone who cannot, people who are scared of flock cameras, people who cannot take time out of their day to talk about flock cameras. And lastly, I just want to remind you, your vote on this will be on public record. People will remember how you vote, and they will not forget. So I implore you to do the right thing, and please vote no. Thank you.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Benjamin Mancias. My stance is this. I'm not completely opposed to flock cameras. I could support them if they were strictly controlled at the local level and there were strong safeguards in place to protect residents' privacy. I would want to see a system that ensures the data and footage can only be accessed by authorized law enforcement within the communities where the cameras are located, with clear limits on sharing that information with outside agencies. There also needs to be accountability to make sure that the system isn't abused or taken advantage of. If those protections were in place, I would be much more comfortable supporting the use of those cameras. But until that's assured, then I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
I'm a Salinas resident. I oppose the use of flock cameras in our city because I don't believe the government should be creating a searchable database of where private citizens are traveling when those citizens are suspected of absolutely nothing. And I would like all of you guys to look at me as well, please. When I drive, where I go to the house, what doctor I see, what church I visit, what political event I go to is none of the government's business, just because I'm driving on a public road. I absolutely refuse to live in a surveillance state. That's not why we're in the United States, okay? This is exactly why the Fourth Amendment should be part of this discussion. In California right now, residents of San Jose are suing their own city in federal court, arguing that its flock network amounts to unconstitutional mass surveillance and violates the Fourth Amendment by allowing police to reconstruct people's movements. I would like evidence from the city how this has reduced crime in our city, not flock advertisement, not one anecdote. I want numbers. I want the crime rate before and after. I want to know all of that information. I also want this put to vote. In League City, Texas, the city council voted to put continued use of automated license plate readers before the voters. Why are we not afforded the same opportunity? There has already been misuse of flock cameras around our country, with police officers searching their exes and their family members and all this disgusting, they're misusing our privacy. We have rights to this stuff. If you guys are so worried about the residents and the safety, why don't you use the money to invest in the community? Because statistics show when you invest in the community, the crime rate lowers, okay? I am very against flock cameras. It is disgusting. And if you vote yes, I hope you are out of a job because that sucks. No on flock cameras.
Hello, my name is Riley. I'm a lifelong Monterey County resident, and I'm so nervous right now. As I approached the front of the line, every thought left my head, all of the organized thinking, and what I'm left with is deep gratitude for the people who showed up behind me today. I fully agree with and support every point that they've brought up. And I also want to take a moment to practice some humility and say, I don't fully understand flock cameras. I don't fully understand AI. I don't fully understand what data breaches even are. Like, I know that they have severe impact, but I don't really understand them myself. And I'm guessing that's true for a lot of policymakers. And I would so much rather see a fraction of the $2.8 million going into consulting with experts, consulting with organizations, so that policymakers, people who are deciding where our money goes, are investing in completely understanding the technology they're about to fund. So please consider hiring somebody, investing in your own understanding, because we are in a moment right now where technology is outpacing policy. We can't keep up with it. So please take a moment, slow down, say no to this expansion, seek out some education so that you have our best interests and the information available to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna, and I'm a taxpayer in Monterey County. And I say that because my taxes go to pay to local, state, and federal law enforcement. So if I cannot trust the law enforcement that I'm helping pay their paychecks to do their job and catch criminals, in lieu, I have to give up my rights and also give up my community in order for them to do their job, then where's my money going to? This is ridiculous that we're even here today. And, I did a lot of research today and previously just to be educated on this topic, right? I wanted to know what the benefits and the risks were for a flock camera. I wanted to make an educated, assumption. And the risks do not outweigh the benefits. There is absolutely no reason why we would put our community at risk. There's already been, so many factual situations where these flock cameras have been misused to cause harm, right? So why would we do that in our community? And I suggest that others do the research as well, because I already know the pattern here. Luis, you're going to support it. You're going to have the sheriffs coming over here. Luis, Alejo, you're all going to support this, right? Others will actually do the research and not do it. This is a pattern. This is what's going to happen. I already see it. So please do your research. And after you do your research and you see what the risks and benefits are, and you still support it, then your morals are way off. And I don't want those people to be here with authority on what happens to my family and my community. Because my community, they deserve better. And they cannot be manipulated with a presentation that is going to come up with examples of criminals that were captured. Yeah, we know that can happen. And I know the manipulation, but my community is not dumb. And they're not going to fall for it. I assure you of that. We are not going to be manipulated with these examples of criminals actually being caught. I already know it's a pattern. It will happen, and I already see the presentation. So again, I ask of you to do your research.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisol Barbosa. I'm a parent and a lifelong resident of Ciudad, California, and I'm here to oppose the flock contract. The Fourth Amendment requires a specific reason approved by a judge before the government searches you. Suspicion first, search second. Flock reverses that. It records everyone and then sorts out who is suspicious later. Remember when everybody talked about China using cameras that track its citizens, where they go, who they know, their bank accounts, their debts, the lifestyle patterns, et cetera, eventually tying everything into a searchable database, and people said, that's communist China. That could never happen here. Well, it's happening here. And we've just slowly been conditioned to accept it, and we're paying for it with our own tax dollars. Flock isn't hypothetical. It's its own policies. Under its own policies, officers have been able to search without a warrant. So in Chico, the police department the readers shared the information with ICE and Border Patrol, and then they said, oh, we didn't know it could do that. In Capitola, the database did something similar. We talked about Mountain View. El Cajon is actually, the Attorney General is suing them because of the flock cameras, the data that they have released to federal agencies. And of course, we've mentioned officer misuse. There had been reportings of roughly 50 law enforcement officers nationwide accused of misusing these cameras to stalk partners, to stalk, there was somebody who stalked their ex-girlfriend and the daughter. So these patterns are very consistent in the misuse and how we don't need these cameras. Why is the Second Amendment untouchable, while the Fourth Amendment gets handed over to a vendor without a fight? Don't tell me that the policy protects us. It's very far from there in these examples that we have given. It's only going to get worse. We are being asked to trade something essential and permanent for something so small and temporary, and we owe it to ourselves to say no to flock. Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Ordiano, and I'm a concerned citizen from Salinas against flock cameras. I'm an IT professional and work with databases, software, licenses, and tech contracts every day. One thing about technology is that companies like these will not be held accountable not if, but when our community's data is breached by unwanted parties. This data will always be a risk of being breached, as we cannot guarantee data be secure from other agencies or third parties, as we have seen time and time again from other counties and cities where flock cameras have been placed. Embedded software will always have vulnerabilities, and there is no 100% guarantee with what is done with all of this data and who controls it. This is going to cost $2.7 million that we can instead use for other more important needs across Monterey County. Instead, we are getting watched every second of every moment we leave our home, and that makes the community uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable, not because I am a criminal, but because this government has the power to have an eye over all of this and take over this data at any moment. And that's exactly how ICE operates, by stalking our communities the same way flock cameras are stalking us. Our communities are understandably worried. I ask the board to reconsider this and not move forward with any flock contracts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Vita Quintanilla, and I'm a Seaside resident. I am here to strongly oppose any county action that would bring flock cameras into our community. As everyone has mentioned, there is significant potential and actuality for misuse of these cameras. Furthermore, there are significant concerns around the use of flock cameras for ICE. While it might be said that flock cameras could be used to support law enforcement, if law enforcement requires these AI-operated cameras in order to make arrests, then I think this millions of dollars that could be invested into flock would be better used to train our law enforcement officers if they are reliant upon this tool that is very new. This time that we are living in is the most dangerous time to be involved in AI because there has not been the historical examples that show us the potential for abuse or for damage. We already know that AI hallucinates. We know that people have been incorrectly flagged. Children have been traumatized watching their mothers arrested and thrown to the ground over suspicion of stealing vehicles that were not in fact stolen because of incorrect flock flags. People have faced trauma and stress at the hands of law enforcement, which, as we can tell in this county, based on the words and actions of our sheriff, is trying to earn back community trust after what has been historically an extremely abusive institution throughout the country. And so employing these AI cameras that are not safeguarded, that are poorly understood, that have a high potential for abuse are quite the opposite of earning the community's trust and making us feel protected and safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Osaga Via community. I want to thank everybody here, by the way, for coming out, taking the time to actually speak out about this. It takes a lot. I don't know why you guys do these meetings so early, or even something this important that hasn't gone to the ballot for a vote. This should be put on the ballot. This is not something you guys decide. Remember, we fund you. We pay for your salaries. This should be put on a ballot. People should have to vote for this. You don't just make a decision up here and think that it's okay with the rest of the community. You know, I live on the east side. They're going to put them all there. I know that already. They're going to put them on East Salinas to try to get all the criminals, all the working people there. But they think we're all criminals down there. We're not. We're great working people. And we fund this valley. Remember who funds your valley? The Mexicanos, the Mexican people that work in the fields every day. So all you guys can have beautiful homes and beautiful, beautiful salads on your plate. Remember who feeds you? The raza, yeah. So please, stop doing this. Stop doing things like this. We've seen movies in Hollywood that prove this. Enemy of the State, Minority Report. You guys don't watch movies? We've been warned by Hollywood itself that this is real. It's coming to us. By 2030, we'll have them everywhere. I'm almost guaranteed. But please, guys, use your vote wisely. Please, if you want to get reelected, please use your vote wisely because the community is speaking out to you. They're letting you know right now. We don't approve of this. Please, everybody up there, do your job. And if law enforcement needs cameras to help them, we need new law enforcement people then. Because your job is to do your job. So everybody do your job. Law enforcement, if you're out there, no disrespect to you. If you're that lazy, you want a computer to do your job, do your job. God bless y'all. Have a great day. We'll see you later.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliette Spontoumi. I'm a resident of Carmel, California. First of all, I would like to thank you all very much for the decision you made a couple of months ago to rein in the collaboration that was going on between our sheriff and federal agencies of DHS and ICE. And I am asking you today to be consistent in the values that you showed making that decision to protect at least half of the population of our county. We know from examples across the country, we know that our Supreme Court has allowed racial and linguistic profiling to happen. This will only allow that to increase and be more effective. We must protect the majority of our population. It doesn't matter whether they're recent immigrants or long-term immigrants, they will be racially profiled by this. I plead with you to turn down this contract.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and especially to Luis Alejo, my representative for where I live, also from the east side. I just want to say, I think it would be a big mistake to approve this budget, this 10-year contract. It would be a big mistake for your popularity, for your voters, and for your political career. If you approve this, I mean, just look at us who are out here at 1:30 on a working day. I took the day off. I don't know if anybody else did, but we will show up. This isn't a threat. This is just consequences that have actions. If you vote for this incredibly unpopular proposal, 10-year contract that is unconstitutional, that is racially discriminatory, if you vote for this, don't be surprised when we come out, okay? So please, for real, make a good choice, make the smart choice. Do not approve this. This is very unpopular with pretty much everybody across the aisle. Republican, Democrat, anarchist, whatever you call yourself, this is very unpopular. So make the smart decision. Disapprove this. Do not vote in favor. That's that.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Ethan Stuckey. I live in Marina, and I'm a student of CSUMB. I'm asking you to vote no on the proposal to expand flock cameras and flock camera surveillance in Monterey County and to cease any current usage of automated license plate readers in Monterey County. It's already known that misuse of this level of surveillance is becoming commonplace, which further damages the public's trust in elected representatives to act on the wishes of their constituents. Continued erosion of our privacy takes away our autonomy, dignity, trust, and abilities to explore freely and make mistakes to grow as humans. Please vote no on expanding ALPRs in Monterey County. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Joseph Senish. I'm a resident of Monterey County. I believe that flock cameras are probably a great tool for law enforcement. However, the flock company is administering the program wrong. We're calling machine learning artificial intelligence, so we're mis-selling a product. We're invading, we're certainly violating people's rights. We're invading privacy. And certainly with the deficit that we've already got, it's not something we need to be spending more money on. We should be looking at, if we're going to look at surveillance cameras, we should be looking at something that is more localized, better controlled, better organized. I hope that you guys are able to find me while I'm lost and wandering around out there when I'm 80 years old, and that you'll have found a solution by then that will help to identify me, but this is not the solution. Thank you.
My name is Sal Rock or Sal Pebble. You got to call me whatever you want. But, shoot, I don't know what to say. Supervisor Alejo, church, you guys, I want to read something, and I'm going to quote it. I'm going to quote with your name, Alejo, if that's fine. I, Alejo, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. So this flock stuff is violating our Fourth Amendment right. Each one of you took this oath. Am I right or wrong, right? You guys had to take this oath to be on this board? You guys swore to protect our Constitution, which is a part of our Fourth Amendment right. Our Fourth Amendment right is part of the Constitution. So there's really no brainer. I wanted to come out last because I'm like the most ignorant, most loudest one, most least educated about, or I can't talk to a professional, but it speaks for itself. You guys are violating the Constitution. You guys swore upon oath, right, to protect that Constitution. So if you guys don't protect it, you guys just get out. You feel me? Because you guys are breaking your oath that you guys solemnly swore to. Any other part, Flock. Flock is backed and invested by Valor Ventures. This is a firm owned by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. This firm was funded by Jeffrey Epstein. Now this firm is funding Flock. It's not about whatever, it's about good versus evil. It's not about safety. 10 years from now, they're gonna pass laws that you could do, and then these cameras gonna get you. 100 years ago, it was legal to hang black people. Is that okay? No, it's not. Just because it's legal doesn't make it ethical. So we gotta understand that. Remember, you guys solemnly swore to an oath. So think about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is George Villa. I'm a District 1 resident, homeowner. I'm also with Milpa Organization. I think by now we've heard nothing but people against this flock camera, and I'm also here in opposition of that. We feel that this is not creating public safety, especially not public health. And you've heard a lot of cases of the illegal behaviors that are happening with law enforcement, and same happened in the 90s. Let's invest $7 to $8 billion overnight on law enforcement. Let's get the guys that are causing trouble. Well, we feel like this is going to be another example of that. It's just going to build more prisons. We already tried that, and that didn't work. We're dealing with $2.8 million, and we're also dealing with the worst housing issues that we've ever had. Why isn't that? We're even talking about housing or protecting water. Those data centers are just not going to do it. It's like building more prisons. And I'm really happy that the young people, the students, came out to express their concerns, because this is just not something that Monterey County is ready for. What's the success rate on the flock? I have no idea. All I'm hearing is more of what's been happening unlawfully. And then I also know, California Senate Bill 34. This prohibits law enforcement from sharing ALPR data with federal or out-of-state agencies. So, with respect, we're opposed to this flock camera. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's anyone else who would like to speak, if you could approach the front so that we don't miss anyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, members. Thank you very much. I understand you're pulling this over for another day. And I also want to thank you for all the hard work that you have done on all of these issues that are very important to the community. I'm a former school board member. I'm also somebody who's been very active in the community with criminal justice reform, and maybe a little crazy, but taking on law enforcement when they have been shooting people out on our very own streets, not just like when they shot, Renee and they shot, Pretty. But here, they have done the very same thing. And it took the Department of Justice coming in here and going into our police department in order to root out information and data that we could look through reports. This is a panoptic system, and as somebody said, it is like being in a prison, but you don't know you're in the prison, because I can tell you, looking at where there are sites you can get on that tell you where these cameras are, there isn't anywhere in and out of this town, out of your town, out of where you live, and in and out of my neighborhood where I'm not passing by a camera, and I haven't done anything. But I do believe in community. So if I go out to a protest, I'm being surveilled. If I go in my backyard, there are drones passing overhead that are surveilling my backyard. On 4th of July, there's drones that are passing everywhere. This is a Trojan horse disguised as we're going to rescue the little kid who was kidnapped over in Ohio. I'm sorry, but they're not using it for that. They're using it for mass surveillance against us. And this is something, between all the decoy towers and the cell phone and the spot shooter and the tasing gloves that all they have to do is put their hand on your shoulder and you're down. And it's meant to put us all in our place. And I'm asking you to vote no. You've already shown that you're brave. Some of you, I won't even look at me, because I guess they're still trying to find their cojones, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. There's no additional public comment in chambers, so we're going to close comment in chambers. I'm going to move online. We have quite a few hands raised online. And I will just, for the record, note that we have other items on the agenda today. We've extended public comment this afternoon to make sure that everyone who planned to be here could have their testimony on record as part of general public comment, even though item number 9 was pulled off of the agenda by the sheriff. We have, after this, a sheriff oversight, an inspector general item, as well as a couple other planning items. So I do believe we're losing 3. We're losing Supervisor Lopez at 3, and then we have another hard stop at 5. So we will continue to hear public comment because your voice matters. It informs how we move forward. But I just wanted to do a quick time check so we're all on the same page as we move online to hear public comment from those who are joining us on Zoom. And once again, I'll just reiterate, you'll be given the opportunity. I'll name the next 3 names. So prepare to unmute when you hear your name called. We have 2 minutes on the clock. And again, for the audience, we just ask no public displays, but you are welcome to use your jazz hands if there's something said that you support. So we'll start with Theodore and then move to the phone number ending in 902. Okay, we'll go to the phone number ending in 902 and then to KH.
Good afternoon. This is Nina Beatty. I also oppose the purchase and use of ALPR flock cameras for Monterey County and agree that existing ones should be removed. ALPR cameras, including flock, are surveillance. They gather data that can be archived and accessed by state and federal governments and their partners, including through backdoor entries that cannot be detected or audited. People can be tracked. In fact, everyone can be tracked. Flock cameras also use infrared, which enables the cameras to collect biometric data on people, despite claims by the company and the county, and for night vision, it's 24/7. This money should be spent, as others have said, on improving conditions in the county so that there's less incentive for crime, as well as increasing patrols in under-policed areas and hiring. The Sheriff's Department needs to spend more time policing instead of sexually harassing department employees. ALPR cameras are yet another trust us measure by entities that have repeatedly abused the public's trust. This is a powerful, invasive tool. It creates a permanent database on everyone, data that can also be manipulated and intentionally falsified. The dangers of their use are well known. You've heard that today. It makes us less safe and puts great power in the hands of people we don't even know. It also puts it in the hands of people we do know. And with the problems and abuses in the sheriff's office and the county, that creates a major credibility, a major trust problem. That echoes the state and federal credibility problems and surveillance in violation of the state and federal constitutions. Don't adopt these cameras and remove the ones you've got. I also request that the future hearing is held at a time when the community can attend. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to KH and then to Theodore.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hedges, and I'm a member of Get the Flock Out and Surge Santa Cruz County and Care Not Cages. And people making absolutely wonderful comments today about why flock is a terrible idea, why a 10-year contract is a terrible idea. And I just like to add that any other ALPR company is going to have similar downsides to what we're talking about with flock. So please don't just think, oh, well, if we get Axon or Motorola, it'll be okay, because no, it won't. And with the legal climate turning against flock and cities like Santa Cruz, I was there when they voted against it, the lawsuits against San Jose, other cities over the use of flock, you're opening yourself up to expensive lawsuits, both just on general constitutional grounds and if there's any kind of misuse of the cameras and wrongful arrests, stuff like that. So please do the right thing when this comes up to vote. I know it's not voted on today, and do not accept the report. Do not renew the contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go next to Theodore and then to Carol and Dalton.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak against authorization of the agreement with the Flock expansion. Across the country, municipalities are canceling their contracts with Flock and deactivating the cameras. Monterey County should join them. As many people here today have said, the Flock network constitutes a grievous violation of our Fourth Amendment protections against warrantless searches. Anyone with access to the system can spy on our entire lives. Indeed, dozens of law enforcement officers are currently under investigation for doing exactly that. A police officer was fired last week for using Flock to stalk his ex. He searched her plates over 3,000 times. Technical errors often result in dangerous situations. One misread number and you can find yourself at gunpoint on the side of the road. It happens all the time. Over 130 cities and counties across the country, from Los Angeles County to Denver, Colorado, Santa Clara County to Salem, Massachusetts, have canceled their contracts with Flock. And in the midst of this, Monterey County is preparing to stumble into a 10-year contract with this company that is so desperate to retain its foothold in this area that they're offering $1 million in freebies. It's not a good deal. I have to say that the board report on this agreement is pathetic. It reads like a press release from Flock and not at all like the work of public servants doing their due diligence on a very serious issue. I hope you guys are just being lazy and not being paid off to push this through, because there's been a lot of that going around too. Please do the right thing. Do not rubber stamp this. In fact, the existing contract should be canceled and the existing cameras removed. There should be a public hearing on that topic that is held at a time when more people can actually attend, not in the middle of the day. God bless all the people who showed up today to speak the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Carol and then Dalton and then Chris. Okay, we've lost Carol. We'll move on to Dalton and then Chris.
Hi, my name is Dalton Winter, Monterey County resident.
I want to recognize all the students, working people, moms, dads, and grandparents that couldn't attend today. And I would like to inform this board and my fellow constituents about a crowd-funded platform we are launching in the face of eroding public trust in political and law enforcement officials to ensure maximum public safety and curtail a trend in corruption, such as signing NDAs and taking money from companies in exchange for taxpayer-funded contracts. We will be tracking the whereabouts and activities of all government policymakers and law enforcement officers through a network of private detectives, citizens, signal scanners, and cameras installed on private vehicles and property. Every activity and person associated with the listed individuals will be tracked 24/7 in real time, and users are rewarded for spotting crimes and finding infractions. For a small fee, users can search the entire database for live imagery, patterns, or running list of infractions by any political or law enforcement figure. We also offer a platinum package for approved political opponents and helpful experts to guide platinum users to the information they seek. For any person that wishes to be excluded from our surveillance, please contact our sales department for further information. Unlike other surveillance technology, we believe this platform is uniquely hedged. It does not rely on taxpayer funding, nor does it rely heavily on AI and data center infrastructure to be developed. By now, I hope you understand this is not real. But what is real is taxpayer-funded, for-profit mass surveillance businesses that no one voted for, with no transparency, accountability, oversight, or even due process, such as warrants signed by a judge needed to access information on any given individual at any given time.
Thank you. We'll move next to Chris and then Sean.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Chris Housel, and I've lived in the Del Monte Forest, an unincorporated area of Monterey County, for most of my life. I currently work as an IT site reliability engineer. Coming from having worked in IT and cybersecurity for multiple years, I have a number of questions related to the security of this proposed ALPR deployment. In gathering sensitive location data tied to specific individuals in real time, ALPRs gather an enormous amount of data about county residents and visitors, which could be of interest to organized crime or other threat actors. Flock devices, among other ALPR brands, have known vulnerabilities documented in the National Vulnerability Database. With this being a 10-year contract, more vulnerabilities are likely to emerge as the contract's timeline progresses. In relation to that, my questions are as follows. Has Monterey County's IT or cybersecurity staff independently reviewed Flock security documentation and determined that they best meet the county's cybersecurity requirements? Does Monterey County IT Services have an oversight role over these cameras, or is administration entirely within the sheriff's office? Does this proposed contract require Flock to remediate critical vulnerabilities within a defined time frame? What incident reporting requirements are written into the contract? And what is the timeline for notification of a cybersecurity incident? Let me end by saying, in case it wasn't clear, I do oppose the proposed expansion of and current deployment of Flock ALPR cameras to Monterey County. I do not believe that sufficient measures have been taken to protect residents' privacy, but if such a deployment must occur, I should hope that these cybersecurity concerns are publicly addressed prior to committing to a very long 10-year contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go next to Sean Moran and then Zoom user.
Hello. So my name's Sean Moran. I'm the president of the County of Monterey Patrol Association. We represent the patrol deputies, detectives, and the respective sergeants at the sheriff's office. I had originally thought I was going to talk about, just like as a counterweight, just informational, so to speak, is the value that the tool brings to local investigations and what the deputies who work here for you in this county have been doing with it. But after hearing a lot of what people have been saying today, I've kind of shifted gears. And instead, I'd like to start by saying that I think a lot of people have really good points, actually. And I think they have very valid concerns. And they should be addressed. I think many can be addressed, not in 2 minutes, but I think with an honest conversation and not just 2-minute partitions, most people might feel more comfortable with the technology. There are some things that I couldn't answer, and I think they should be answered. And if they're what some people think they are, like back-end access from other groups that we can't stop, I think that would be a problem, and that shouldn't be happening. But I can tell you the tool has been extremely useful for your local investigations. Your local deputies use it for when you call 911 and for when you have something stolen. And more recently, a homicide was solved within hours with the help of, I should say, the Flock technology. So there is something there, and there is a big bonus to public safety locally, and we'd like to be part of the conversation. I look forward to putting more information out, and also we welcome the oversight. No one here is worried about that. We hope you have oversight. We hope there are safeguards. If you have any other questions, I encourage anybody to go on a ride along with our local agency or with us. We'd happily talk to you about the technology, and I appreciate the responsible conversation that'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Zoom user, and then to Trey, and then to Gustavo.
Hello, good afternoon, board and everyone here. I think it's a little bit insulting, the previous comment. I think the gentleman believes that a lot of people here in the area do not work in tech or are unaware of the technology and how technology works. And for those that are unaware, I will educate you a little bit. A good way to educate yourself: go online, look up John Oliver, and look at surveillance. Like, he just did a whole skit about 2 weeks ago, and it kind of shows you something that's actually happening today, where the Navy is currently doing, I think, some sort of testing with the Sheriff Department. And I will send a PDF from the Naval Postgraduate School exactly what they're doing. They're bypassing local law enforcement laws by teaming up with the Navy, where the Navy will send certain data to the Sheriff, and then the Sheriff will use the entire surveillance infrastructure that is happening right now in Monterey County. And not only that, but they're sharing that data with drones and the flock cameras. Oh, someone talking at the same time? Yeah, and a few months ago, I went outside and I saw about 30 drones in North Salinas. And, I called 911 and I said, hey, something happening first for my own safety, and because it was 2 a.m. And these drones were right above people's homes, like and they were actually riding along the electrical lines. And, that kind of looked like if it was some sort of attack happening, because there was sounds coming out of those poles as they were passing. They were like booms, like boom, boom, boom. And you know what the sheriff office did? They came, they saw it, they made a report and decided to jog me down as a mental health person. And mind you, I'm a federal officer, but did not tell the Sheriff Department. And the sheriff, I think, needs to be out.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go next to Trey and then to Gustavo.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Trey Kropp. I am a resident in Big Sur. I already submitted some comments, but I just wanted to say what I just saw was a lot of passionate Monterey County's next generation telling you they don't want this. And I know I don't want my tax dollars committed to 10 years to expanding the surveillance network, while communities like mine in Big Sur have lost their actual sheriff due to lack of funding. It's not acceptable replacement at all. Please find a way to fund a resident sheriff in Big Sur instead. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Gustavo, and then Carla, and then iPhone 3.
Hello. Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Gustavo. I'm a student and a citizen in Monterey County. I would just like to bring to everyone's attention that this 10-year deal, the first year is free, the next 9 years, the taxpayers pay. And it is presented as a kind of a deal, a compromise, because the fiscal year does not take into account the maintenance of these flock cameras. And the benefits of, the added technologies provided by the flock cameras, it leads me to believe that the goal of the flock cameras is not, or the goal of flock safety is not to acquire money so much as it is to acquire data. with the intent of establishing somewhat of a panopticon funded by the inmates, which sounds very crazy if you think about it. I think, $2.7 million is a lot of money. And I would say, take a visit to Chinatown and Salinas and then let me know whether or not we need to spend that much money on putting more flock cameras in our city. I think the money should go towards funding the community, improving the community for the people, rather than turning the people's trust against you. And on top of that, I'd ask you to consider how many people came and held you up for an hour and over an hour and 20 minutes, taking work off, taking school off, to let you know how opposed they are to this. With one person, as far as I know, I've been here for most of all the time. With one person speaking somewhat favorably, I asked you to consider in an hour and 20 minutes, people holding you back, just what this means to us as the people. And I ask you, please, to reconsider. Reconsider this for the sake of your community, the people you represent, the people who you work for. God bless you all. Thank you. I mean nothing against you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Carla and then to iPhone 3.
Thank you. Let's stop pretending this is simply about the cameras. This is about government surveillance, public money, constitutional protections, and trust. This county is facing a serious physical constraint. The continuation of flock wasn't even funded in the adopted budget, and the sheriff's augmentation request wasn't approved. Yet somehow we are back here considering locking taxpayers into 10 years and nearly $2.8 million. And we've been here before. The Sheriff's Department has repeatedly attempted to expand this program. The public's concern have not disappeared simply because the proposal keeps coming back. Worse, Monterey County's ALPR data was already improperly shared with out-of-state agencies. We were told the vendor corrected it with a software fix. Think about that. Think about what that means. The sheriff's own assurance did not prevent the data from going where California law said it should not go. So don't tell this community, trust us for the next 10 years. Your duty is not to flock safety. Your duty is not to preserve a vendor relationship. Your duty is to the people, to responsible stewardship of their money, and to protecting their constitutional rights. Public safety does not require writing a blank check for surveillance. And here's the question every supervisor should answer before voting yes. If you cannot guarantee who will have access to our data tomorrow, how can you justify obligating our money through 2036 today? You can't. Vote no. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We'll go next to iPhone 3 and then John Tilley.
And why you guys didn't consider Carla last night for a laugh code just confuses me. But I'm a resident of North County, a current school board member. As a matter of fact, the sheriff's office came and presented and asked if they could put a camera on one of our schools to face Merritt Street. We all voted no. You have to love all the people that went down there to public speak. It's tough, and I'm proud of all of them. And the comments were amazing. Between the morning and now, you've heard over 2.5 hours of people against flock. Flock cameras continuous tracking mimics GPS monitoring or cell site data collection, which the latter U.S. Supreme Court has ruled requires a warrant. If any law enforcement officer improperly uses flock camera data can be charged with a computer crime and is a felony. I did hear that flock cameras have a default of 30 days data retention, but also heard Chief Borges speak a couple weeks ago, and he said that CSAT has 2 weeks of data retention and is even considering lower to 7. No, look, the company is willing to give a free year to get you hooked on. People can take legal action and sue you if their data is misused. This sheriff continues to go over budget every year, ask for money every month for one thing or another, but yet the deputy patrol coverage in North County is abysmal. I think you should not compromise and agree to not even 1 year or $1 more towards flock cameras. Don't think this just because you try and improve 1 year or 3 years in the next meeting that is going to what we want. It's that what you're doing what we want, because it's not what we want. I hope you noticed every speaker that came online or came to speak there that every single one of them 100% of them except one, I mean, were against it. And that was a CHP officer. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to John Tilley and then to Bryce. We have John Tilley.
Thank you very much, Supervisors. Thank you, Chair. My name is John Tilley. I'm somebody that works in Salinas. I can tell you that a number of years ago at my place of business, two men forced their way in through secure doors with automatic weapons, masks on, and had a stolen car backed up to my place of business. A few minutes later, they left in that stolen car and left behind a lot of emotional damage in my workplace. That still exists to this day, honestly, with people that work here. And I can tell you that a few months later, they were driving in Kern County in a stolen car when that car was spotted by the sheriff through cameras. For about 2 or 3 days, the sheriff's there in Kern County followed them around and eventually went into a parking lot where a number of people who were criminals, including the people that came into my place of business, were preparing to go rob another business. These people were prosecuted. And I have to tell you that from my personal experience, I am not totally opposed to flock cameras. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you. We'll go next to Bryce and then Kyle and then Diana.
Thank you. My name is Bryce. I'm a citizen living in Monterey County. I am strongly against flock cameras and any similar service. I agree with the other comments given from my fellow citizens about the abuse of the system and false positives due to the unreliable nature of these cameras. The cameras do not make me feel safer. I do not want to pay and give up my right to privacy to feel less safe. All living creatures have a right to dignity and privacy, and it is wrong to sacrifice that in the name of safety. There are already flock cameras in the area where I live in. No one in my family and none of the neighbors I talked to were properly notified that these were going to be installed. So the public leaders did not do their due diligence and talk to us before installing them. They went behind our backs and they felt the need to do that because they already know we would not like it and that it is wrong. So not only am I urging you to cancel this upcoming contract, please remove the cameras that are already installed. Also, I sense a deep level of distrust on both sides. The AI cameras are evidence of distrust from you, and installing more will destroy our trust in you. I would like to ask the sheriff and decision makers, what is the issue you're trying to solve with the cameras? Please define and quantify this exact issue, and let's have a public discussion to work together to find a better solution. There is always a better way. When human beings with a sense of justice and determination in their hearts work together towards a just goal. Success is not when one or few people benefit, it is when the whole community benefits. Let's find the empathy, courage, and vulnerability in our hearts to listen and understand each other. Tyranny is at our doorstep, and this is how we must stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Kyle and then Diana.
Hello, my name is Kyle Bend. I'm a lifelong resident of Monterey, California, and I'm going to skip over most of my argument because then I'm just beating a dead horse. I don't believe flock cameras should be here or more should be installed. We laugh at China for having a mass surveillance network, yet we're running head first into basically being at the exact same level as them. The $2.8 million that is trying to be allocated to these flock cameras would be better suited for homeless programs or just basic road maintenance, or putting it towards police departments so then they can get the training necessary to better do their jobs. I find it extremely disgusting that these cameras were put up. It just shows a basic distrust in the people. The fact that the original vote on this happened at 2 a.m., which just shows that there was a need for these to be put up by the city, but no one wanted them put up. All I'm saying is you've already heard it for the past 2.5 hours that these are unwanted. Please just take them down, get rid of the problem entirely so you can save yourselves the headache of massive backlash later down the road. This is a massive snowball effect that can lead us into a surveillance state where you can get arrested for just happening to be going in a general area that the AI has determined makes you a criminal. I've said my piece. Please do not waste $2.8 million. It'll just balloon to more because people will cut these down. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, point of personal privilege, I need to step away, but I want the public to know that I'm going to be listening to the rest of their comments as I'm traveling. I can't legally participate virtually while traveling, but I will be listening into the rest of the public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Safe travels. All right, we're going to go, sorry, I lost my train. I think we're at Kyle and then Diana and then Myra. Oh, we did Kyle. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Kyle. We're on to Diana and then Myra.
Hello?
Diana?
Yes.
Yep, we've got you up now. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm here echoing a lot of the sentiments that have already been shared. Ultimately, I also, there's always a lot to learn, right? So I guess I'll just speak based on what I've heard, what I've researched, and how I see things moving forward, right? In the good and a better way. But first of all, I also want to say, I support, I was reading, or what Askew was sharing online too, right? So thank you for that, getting the word out, connecting with community in that way. But the fact that if this contract was to be broken, there was I guess the cost of that, right? Well, if this were this tentative cost is put out in the future, well, why don't we revisit to the now, right? And take down those cameras now. Para empezar, I can't help but think of my elders, my grandparents, my ancestors who in the past, would become so uncomfortable with the phone on their in their face, being recorded was just it taught me something there, and the fact that this is just kind of being broadly es una propaganda, no es una violenta propaganda que nos distorsiona y que nos separa de lo esencial, right? And so if the concern is safety, I want us to reinvest in linguistic, language and cultures, right? To support la arte, la visión, la expresión de la gente que habita, que conoce de esta tierra y que vamos conociendo y aprendiendo de aquí también.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go next to Myra and then the phone number ending in 817 and then Andrew. Okay, we'll go to the phone number ending in 817 and then to Andrew.
Hi, Salma Cervantes, Director of Building Healthy Communities, Monterey County, and a member of the Monterey County Immigration Coalition. We're strongly opposed to the flock contract, and it's deeply concerning to know that our community has not been engaged at any level regarding this issue that is directly affecting their lives. Making a decision of this magnitude, particularly in one involving community safety, privacy, and protection without meaningful community engagement is not an effective and responsible practice. Decisions that have such a significant impact on our community should not be made before residents and community leaders have had the opportunity to be informed, heard, and meaningfully involved in the process. Deep and transparent community engagement must be the first step before moving forward with any decisions that can be lasting consequence for the people you represent. Our community deserves to have a voice in decisions that directly affect their safety, privacy, and well-being. I recently read about the person who helped develop this ALPR system and how he has expressed concerns that technology is being used in ways that go far beyond its original intention. What was initially intended for safety law enforcement purpose has in some cases contributed to increased surveillance and over-policing and hostility towards certain communities. Second, I do work across the state in education equity, and flock safety near school zone and campuses has sparked significant public debate regarding student privacy and government surveillance. We worry about the continuous tracking of minor families and school staff. In addition, I see a strong connection toward vulnerable families being targeted by ICE. Surveillance system can have a disproportionate impact on communities of color and immigrant communities, particularly when information collected from one purpose is later used for other forms of monitor or enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Adam we'll go next to Andrew and then William.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Andrew Rose, a Monterey County resident and District 5 homeowner. I have sent you all an email with my thoughts and concerns, especially Kate Daniels, who is my supervisor. I would like you to understand that many here in this community have already spoken out, and I love all the support for voting this down that I've seen from all of our community members. Under flock and mass surveillance, we are all under investigation and considered suspects of every crime every day of our lives. With surveillance systems like flock and all other ELPRs, police now have a list of pre-surveilled suspects. This violates our constitutional rights as citizens, especially our Fourth Amendment rights, on a daily basis as a matter of regular government policy. There is a lack of reasonable suspicion and probable cause. The police work is meant to be hard to ensure that our citizens' rights aren't infringed upon. There is also a common refrain that flock cameras and similar ALPRs solve and prevent crimes, but this is a misnomer. Flock doesn't investigate crime at all and is not a tool for investigating crimes. It is a tool for investigating pre-crimes. Pre-crimes are not actual crimes. The very nature of this technology categorically precludes it from being able to be used safely, regulated, or managed properly in any way. Our theoretical security isn't a fair trade for our personal privacy and basic rights, and we cannot have our cake and eat it too in this instance. I urge you all to vote no on this expansion of our flock surveillance systems, as well as to make moves towards ending our current contracts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go next to William, and then Angel, and then Corey.
Hello, this is William's wife, Patricia.
Oh, we are not getting your audio.
Okay, just a moment.
Okay, let's go to, we're going to come back. We'll do Angel and then Corey.
That's input.
Good afternoon. My name is Angel. I'm a resident of Salinas. To my knowledge, there has been no decrease in violent crime. It is clear that the real purpose of the cameras is to oppress citizens and build a surveillance state where billionaires control our every move through police and ICE. In addition, ICE uses flock cameras to kidnap people. It is well documented that ICE agents violate every single law when they conduct operations. Not to mention the concentration camps where ICE agents are raping underage girls and women and impregnating them. It is repulsive and disgusting that more money is being considered for flock cameras instead of fixing roads, putting out schools, parks, and libraries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Corey and then we'll try William again.
Anybody there?
We can hear you. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks for having this discussion, although I wish that you had it at a reasonable time when people didn't have to work, when people didn't have to get childcare, and when there was time available for an actual discussion. I want to thank all of the extremely knowledgeable and courageous people who have brought their opinion forward, and just the invaluable information which has been brought forward. I want to state that the Big Sur community is against any type of ALPR cameras. And we push back against the idea that this is for crime. This is about control. This is about control from the federal, state, and local levels. And it's not something that's wanted. I would like to ask the board members to search their hearts and ask themselves, do they believe in the oath that they took, as the gentleman with the hoodie said earlier today? Do you believe in the oath which you gave to protect the Constitution of the United States, to work for the benefit of your citizens? I love you, baby. Shh, quiet. I want to ask people, I'm a film fan. I'm a book fan. Anybody watch Star Wars? Anybody? Who does the board see themselves as in Star Wars? Who does the board see themselves as in Lord of the Rings? Who does the board see themselves as in George Orwell's 1984? Minority Report. I could go on. I think you get the point. And I think I would love for you to, as human beings, to reflect on this decision. Make the right choice, make the moral choice, make the ethical choice, make the choice that has to do with our ideals as Americans concerning our freedom. I would like you to cancel the existing contracts and remove the existing cameras. And lastly, if you don't understand any of that, understand that your re-election is certainly at stake. We will be watching how the vote goes.
Thank you.
We will vote accordingly.
We're going to go next to William, and then to Naraya, and then to Howard.
Hello. Hello, this is Patricia. I'm with William.
That's better. We can hear you now. Thank you.
Great. This is an alarming time in our country. I am fearful for our kids who are just starting out in life. I'm sorry, this is making me emotional. As young adults and ultimately their children. AI and its potential harm to our daily lives and our futures is a threat to our democracy. Our family is opposed to flock cameras and their surveillance state. Our son, a CSUMB student, has shared with us his concerns specifically regarding flock cameras in that the data can easily be hacked. We've all received letters telling us our data has been breached, whether that be banking, medical, or vital statistics like data for Social Security, and so on, with the only offer a limited time credit reporting. Back in the day, we were told it was safe. Now Flock is another threat to our personal data. Flock says they're just collecting vehicle data, but in fact, it seems they're collecting images and the movement of people. So it seems biometric data is being stored by Flock, violating people's privacy and rights. Collecting 24/7 video content needs massive storage, which brings us to the proliferation of data centers, which are yet another threat to our communities with their excessive use of our land, water, and power. I appreciate how people have taken time out of their school and work day today to come to speak in person and online to tell you they do not feel safe in a surveillance state due to violation of privacy and misuse of data. Please vote no and remove the existing flock cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go next to Naraya, and then Howard, and then Dominic.
Hello. My name is Naraya Alvarado, and I am a student at CSUMB. I have taken time out of my busy schedule to be on this call today. I wish more of my fellow concerned students were able to be here to comment on this issue, but due to timing, most of them could not make it. Flock cameras were implemented in my hometown, San Jose, California, and I'm sure you all know that's not going well for them. I don't want this town to become one of the countless ones with yet another flock stalking incident. You're playing with people's lives. Why are we guinea pigs for a rich man's sick experiments? I'm a brown woman, and I get racially profiled all the time by humans, and I do not need a camera to do the same. I've been told that I look the same as others with my skin color, and I do not need a camera with technology funded by billionaires trained on these biases to see my skin as criminal because it has confused me with someone else, someone who probably hasn't even done anything wrong in the first place. Nobody here does. They'll watch you too if they are implemented. I strongly oppose flock cameras in this community, and I urge you to remember who you are paid by and who you work for. Let's put money into supporting our community rather than antagonizing them. Thank you.